Hey everyone. I have put off this video for a very long time. I've been wanting to make an updated Blu-ray collection video, complete edition, for years now. But I kept wanting to put it off because I have a bunch of movies in here, had a bunch of movies in here that I'd never seen before. There are still some that I haven't seen that are just in here. But you know what? This is now the third move that I've gone through since doing any activity on my YouTube channel, so I think I just need to finally get off my ass and do this. So yeah, I'm just going to go through all of my movies as I put them away to move. Yeah, that's how it's going to go. And I'm probably going to make two versions of this video. This is the version where I'll be talking about every movie that I have in depth. I'll make a second version where I just name the title and that's it. So that'll be the supercut edition. But anyways, let's go ahead and get started here. Now, for full disclosure, I keep my collection in semi-alphabetical order. I have these little tabs here that I just throw in to like mark which letter we're on. Starting with the numbers, obviously. There's a few exceptions that are made, and you'll see that as the video goes along. But for the most part, yeah, it's alphabetical order. So yeah, starting with the numbers, we have 5 centimeters per second. This is the second film made by Makoto Shinkai. This was also the first movie that I started my blind buy project on. I've been trying to basically watch every movie that I have in my collection that I've never seen before, and this is like the first one that I really started to like get serious about getting that project done. I'm almost done. I've got like 20 something left, but yeah, this is number 1 of currently 155 that I've been working on, so cool milestone for that. Really good movie too, by the way. Then we have 8 Mile. This is the Eminem semi-autobiographical pick. This is the Steelbook. I really like this movie. I really like this Steelbook. Definitely check it out if you've never seen 8 Mile. 12 Angry Men, one of the best movies ever made, in my humble opinion. I'm pretty sure that's what everybody thinks when they see 12 Angry Men. Great courtroom drama, great one-room movie. If you like movies that take place in one self-contained space, it's probably the best one of those. 17 Miracles. This is the T.C. Christensen Pioneer movie. I live in Utah, so these are kind of like a cultural thing. This is probably the best T.C. Christensen film. I kind of have some issues with him as a writer, particularly, and then sometimes his direction isn't the greatest, but this one is actually a really good movie. It has a lot of really powerful moments in it. Next up, we've got 21 Jump Street, great comedy with Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum. Then we have 22 Jump Street. It's basically like the same movie done again, but also really funny. This one was a really awesome poll that I had for a while. This is 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later. I found this in the Walmart bin for $5, and then it went out of print, so this became very, very valuable. Now, I think 28 Days Later, and maybe even 28 Weeks Later, are getting 4Ks, so this isn't as valuable as it used to be, but for a while this was an awesome poll that I had. 42, the Jackie Robinson story. This was the first PG-13 movie I ever saw in theaters. 300 from Zack Snyder. This is one of his better movies. I know he's a very polarizing director, but I actually do really like 300. Really cool. 1408, this is a ghost story, a haunted house story. John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson. This kind of feels like today what would be sort of like a solid Netflix movie, but before Netflix movies were a thing. Then we have 1917. This is one of the best war movies ever made, I think, and this Steelbook is just fantastic. 2001: A Space Odyssey. This is the first movie in my collection from Stanley Kubrick. My goal is to have every single Stanley Kubrick movie in 4K, and I know that Criterion just announced that they're doing a big, giant 4K collection for all of his movies, which is kind of not the greatest timing because really the only one that I don't have in 4K as of right now is Lolita. So hopefully Lolita gets a standalone 4K so I don't have to just double dip everything that I've already gotten and spend like another $450 because that would suck. Then for the last of the numbers, we have 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This is the Disney classic. This is one of the very last Disney Movie Club exclusives that I got. I've seen this movie once. I'm very overdue for a rewatch. I really enjoyed it the first time. I always have some vivid memories of like watching the trailers when it was on old VHSs. I always thought it looked really cool with like the giant squid and everything. But yeah, I'm very overdue for a rewatch of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This is a good movie. Okay, moving on to the A's. We have The Abyss from James Cameron. This was a very, very hard movie to watch for a very long time until Disney finally put out the James Cameron 4Ks. And I'd never seen it before up until that point. But I watched the theatrical cut, and I thought it was incredible. I haven't seen like the recut that's apparently even better, but as much as I love the theatrical cut, I'm assuming that the recut's gonna blow my freaking mind even more. And then next up we have the Accountant movies. This is the double feature. I really like these movies. Not like amazing movies, I'd say, but I do enjoy them. I think I enjoy the second one more just because I like Ben Affleck's relationship with John Bernthal, their brothers. Ben Affleck has autism, so like seeing like their dynamic in the second movie especially get more fleshed out, really entertaining. Then we've got The Adventures of Tintin in 3D. I don't own a 3D TV, but this would be an awesome movie to watch in 3D. I saw it in 3D when it came out to theaters. Such an underrated Spielberg movie, and I'm really glad that they're finally making the second movie. I think Peter Jackson's directing it. Hope to God that still happens. Then we have After Hours from Martin Scorsese. This isn't like one of my favorite Scorsese movies, but I did really enjoy this movie. Basically, what I would call a prototype for Uncut Gems and every Safdie Brothers movie. The Safdie Brothers were heavily inspired by After Hours, and very fun, entertaining, anxiety-inducing watch. And then we have the movie that I credit with turning me into the cinephile that I am today, and that is Akira. I watched this movie when I was 15, probably a little too young for this movie, but I watched it when I was 15 on an iPod Touch, and it blew my mind. So much that I immediately watched it again right afterward. Mind you, this was on an iPod Touch. Watching this in 4K on a massive TV, it's one of the greatest viewing experiences ever. And I hope that one day I can see it on the big screen. And not only do I own the 4K copy, but I also own the Blu-ray Steelbook that I have signed by Johnny Young Bosch. Really hope to get Joshua Seth's signature on here too. Johnny Young Bosch plays Kaneda. Joshua Seth plays Tetsuo. I've met Joshua Seth before, but I didn't plan on meeting him, so I didn't bring the Steelbook. I had him sign like a picture of Tetsuo. But one day I hope to meet him again to get him to sign this Steelbook. Next up we have Aladdin. This is the Mondo Steelbook Blu-ray version of Aladdin. Really cool artwork here. I've only seen Aladdin once in middle school. I am desperately overdue for a rewatch of Aladdin, but I luckily got this Mondo Steelbook at a good price before, those prices went insane. Then we've got a collection of Alfred Hitchcock movies. This is Rear Window, Vertigo, Psycho, and The Birds. I've seen all 4 of them. I think The Birds is not as good as the other 3, but these are like essential Alfred Hitchcock movies that everybody should watch at least once in their life. I definitely need to watch more Hitchcocks. He's definitely one of the most important directors of all time, and I kind of owe it to him and to film in general to just watch more of his movies, but I'll get to them eventually. And then we have Alice in Wonderland. I recently upgraded this to 4K, but I kept the Blu-ray slipcover because I liked it more. It also has this cool PS3 sticker on it. Alice in Wonderland is such a visually amazing animated movie, and it makes me wish that I liked drugs, because it is trippy and just gorgeous to look at. Then we have Alien on 4K, one of the best movies ever made, one of the best sci-fi movies ever made, one of the best horror movies ever made. Ridley Scott's best movie, in my opinion. What else can you say about Alien other than the fact that Aliens from James Cameron is better? Then I have the Alien Anthology. This is basically my way to own Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection. If I ever want to watch those bad movies, I'm an Alien completionist though, so I had to get those. And for whatever reason, these movies for this specific edition don't work on my PS5, so they work on my PS4, but not my PS5. It's really weird, so I might have to upgrade my player for a few different reasons, but that's one of them. Then we have Prometheus. I am not a big fan of Prometheus. Prometheus. Like, it looks cool, but I just can't vibe with the characters at all. I think it's a little self-indulgent. And then I think I vibe with Alien Covenant just a little bit more than Prometheus, but not by too much. I'm okay with moving on from these ones, even though part of me does kind of wonder what like that trilogy would have been like if it did wrap up. I mean, you never know, because like I loved Alien Romulus. Alien Romulus was kind of like a little bit more of a Disney-ified back to basics, back to what kind of worked about Alien type of movie, which, you know, watching it for a second time took me out of it a little bit. But I still think that Alien Romulus is the best Alien movie to come out since Aliens. And, you know, maybe with the sequel they'll even like bring back the storylines that were introduced in Prometheus and Covenant. Then we got a double feature of Alien versus Predator movies. The first one is fun. I like it. I like it more than Prometheus and Covenant. That's... sue me. The second one is terrible. One of the worst movies I've ever seen. Actual trash. Then we have Alita Battle Angel. What an awesome movie. I really wish that we would eventually get a sequel to Alita Battle Angel. I'm really sad that James Cameron decided to abandon this film to go and hang out in Pandora with the Avatar movies, because I think the world of Alita is so much cooler. And he was very passionate about that source material. I know this is never going to get a sequel probably because this movie didn't make any money, but I would kill for it. Then we have All Quiet on the Western Front. This is a Best Picture nominated Netflix movie. And when I watched it, I was like, wow, that was incredible. That was really depressing. I don't know if I'll ever watch that movie again. But at the time, Netflix wasn't releasing too many things on physical media, and I still kind of don't. So I was like, you know what? I think that movie was good enough that I will buy it just in case if I ever were to want to watch it again, it would be in the best quality possible. Next up, we've got American Fiction, starring Jeffrey Wright. This is a really funny, very satirical dramedy. I love dramedies, and this was a great Best Picture nom. I really like Jeffrey Wright in it. This movie definitely has a lot to say about a lot of like timely social discussions that are being had, and I think it tackles said social discussions in a very fun and interesting way. Highly recommend checking out American Fiction if you've never heard of it or haven't seen it. Then we have American Graffiti from George Lucas. This is George Lucas's hangout movie that he made before doing Star Wars. It's a hangout movie. I love hangout movies. It's the 70s. It's a time capsule, essentially. 100% worth watching, especially if you're a massive Star Wars fan. It's cool to see him do something besides Star Wars for once in his career. I mean, he did THX as well, but I've never seen that one. Then we have the awesome Best Buy Steelbook for American Psycho. One of the coolest pieces of packaging ever. Also, just such a great movie. Patrick Bateman is just an icon. American Sniper from Clint Eastwood. Great war movie. Bradley Cooper is amazing in it. American Underdog. This is the Kurt Warner biopic starring Zachary Levi, and I got Zachary Levi to sign the slipcover of this. This is I think it's my Aunt Samantha's favorite movie. I went and saw it with her and my brother, and she talks about, hey, I watched American Underdog again. I'm like, wow, that's great. Great, good movie. I wouldn't put it in my favorites, but I think it's her favorite of all time. And it's really cool that I met Zachary Levi. He's a really cool guy. Anatomy of a Murder starring James Stewart. This is a classic courtroom drama. There isn't really like a big like pull that you're supposed to feel while watching this movie. This is like, okay, this is kind of just how things relatively kind of play out in the justice system, I think is what the stance this movie is trying to take. But it also has like some side plots in there that I thought were kind of detracted from that. So I don't think this is as crazy as history would lead you to believe. Then we have the Umbrella Entertainment 4K box set of Angel's Egg. Like many people that have seen Angel's Egg, I was exposed to this movie through Chris Stuckman's YouTube channel. Incredible film. Gorgeous, thematic, and this box set is stunning. You know, they didn't release the English dub on this box set. G-Kids took care of that. They released it in theaters. I wasn't able to see it in theaters, so I've never seen the dub. So hopefully G-Kids will finally put out the dub on physical media, and I would just like maybe swap out the discs in this one just to have, because I'm definitely keeping this. Then we have Annihilation from Alex Garland. This is the only Alex Garland movie he's made outside of A24, and this is a really cool, really trippy, very thematic sci-fi movie that did not get enough attention when it came out, but I think it's garnered a pretty awesome cult following. I think this movie rocks. Then we have, I don't know if I can show that actually, we have Anora. This is the 4K. This is a Best Picture winner. And, you know, I don't think it should have won Best Picture when you had Dune Part 2 come out that year, but any other year, I think Anora was like a solid pick. I still give this movie 5 stars. Like, it's a very dark comedy, and I love it when dark comedies, dramedies win awards like that. I'm very overdue for a rewatch of Anora. I should pop this in. Then we have Another Round. This is one of the best movies that came out during COVID. Mads Mikkelsen is so damn good in this movie. Overdue for a rewatch as well. There's a lot of movies in my collection that are overdue for rewatch because I keep prioritizing the movies in my collection that I've never seen before, which is why I really want to get those watched so I can rewatch the movies I already love. Then we have Ant-Man. This is a fun little Marvel movie back when superheroes were fresh and the momentum of the MCU was at full steam. Really liked Ant-Man when it came out. I'm not as crazy about Ant-Man and the Wasp. It was still fun. I kind of took out all the air out of the balloon when Infinity War came out. I will always watch these like back to back when in release order when they came out. But yeah, I think it took a little air out of the balloon after Infinity War. And I don't even own Quantumania. I think that movie is terrible. And we have Apocalypse Now from Francis Ford Coppola. I've seen the theatrical cut of this film, and it was amazing. I have not seen the Redux cut or redo, I think that's how you pronounce it, the redo cut or the final cut. Hope to get to those one day. Yeah, I need to pop this one in for a rewatch as well. And we have Aquaman with the lenticular digibook. I freaking love this movie. Like, I love it more than I should. Like, I'd put this over Black Panther. Sorry. Now we got some real collector stuff here. This is Season 1 of Arcane on 4K Steelbook with Jinx on it. Then we have Season 1 of Arcane on Blu-ray Steelbook with Vi on it. And I love this show so much that I had to get both Steelbooks. You know, that continued over to Season 2 because we have Season 2 4K Steelbook with Jinx, Season 2 Blu-ray Steelbook with Vi. I really wish they made at least 3 seasons of this show. Season 2 got a little rushed around the end of it. Like, honestly, I think Season 2 could have been like the first 3 episodes stretched out for Season 2, and then the last 6 episodes of Season 2 could have been the whole 3rd season of the show. But you know what? I'll take what I can get. This is still, Season 2 is still like a 4.5-star season of television. It's one of the best animated series ever made. Then we have Arrival on Blu-ray Steelbook. This is probably one of the worst looking steelbooks to own such a prestigious, amazing sci-fi movie. But it was cheap when I bought it. I think it was like $8 or something. Okay, next we have got the entire series of Attack on Titan, starting with Season 1 Part 1, Season 1 Part 2, Season 2 in its entirety, Season 3 Part 1, Season 3 Part 2, Season 4 Part 1, Season 4 Part 2, and Season 4 Part 3. This show is broken up into so many releases. But yeah, Attack on Titan is one of the best TV series ever made. Talk about a show where the writing is so effective because of contextual denial. You can tell that like all of the pieces just like were laid out in all of the early seasons, they were all fully formulated in the writer's head. And then once everything gets revealed, it blows your mind. It's a massive twist, and it all makes complete and total sense. Incredible show. If you don't even like anime, but you just love great storytelling, please just give Attack on Titan a try. August Rush. I watched this once in middle school, and someone was selling this on Facebook Marketplace for like less than $5. So I was like, screw it. Oh, I'll get it. Then we have Avatar in 3D. I bought this movie 4 times. You'll see it one more time in 2 seconds. So I bought the standard Blu-ray back when it came out. I bought this 3D Blu-ray. I bought the first 4Ks that came out when Disney re-released them. That was a total cash grab, because then they put out the collector's edition 4Ks that have Dolby Vision. The freaking first 4Ks didn't have Dolby Vision. This also has the extended cut too. So yeah, I've bought Avatar 4 times, which I'm not proud to admit for that movie. Then we have Avatar The Way of Water, which I have bought 3 times. I bought the 3D version, and then I also bought the first 4K version, just like I did with the first movie. I went with the Walmart lenticular slip for that 4K, and then, once again, when they put out the collector's edition 4K that has Dolby Vision, I had to get that one too. So for the 3D version, I just kept the lenticular slip that I got from the old 4K and just threw it on top of the 3D, and then sold the old 4K. Fuck you, James Cameron. Why do you have to do this to me? Yeah, especially when the premium Avatar is Avatar The Last Airbender, and I've only had to buy that film once, or show once. And then I also have The Legend of Korra, also a great show. I really hope that the movie that got leaked earlier this year gets a physical release, or even just comes out in general, or I want it to get a theatrical release. I may or may not have watched that leaked film, and that is made for the big screen. That animation is spectacular. And finally, for the A's, we have the Avengers films, starting with the Avengers 4K Steelbook from Best Buy. And then we have Avengers Age of Ultron 4K Steelbook from Best Buy. First Avengers is a classic. Everyone's talked about that, yada, yada, yada. Second one is not as good, but I still enjoy it. Then we have the standard 4K for Infinity War. I can't decide between Infinity War and Endgame over which one is better. Ask me any day. My opinion might change. Alright, we got the Bees now. First on the Bees is Baby Driver from Edgar Wright. I love this movie. I need to upgrade it to 4K. Also need to watch it again, because I've only seen it once. Then we've got the Back to the Future 4K trilogy. They re-release these movies like every 5 years. I swear they put out new editions of these all the time. But the original is one of the best movies ever made, and the other 2 are great also. And yeah, that's Back to the Future. Then we have Bad Santa. This is one of my favorite Christmas movies. Such a terrible, trashy, amazing dark comedy. I laughed my ass off at this movie. Then we have The Banshees of Inisherin from Martin McDonagh. I love this movie. I love just Irish culture in general. So watching like a very dark comedy centered in it about 2 friends that like are just going through some problems, I dug it, man. Like Colin Farrell was really good in this, and so was Brendan Gleeson. And then I have Barnyard. What the hell is this movie? This is like a fever dream. And I physically own this. And to follow up Barnyard, we have Barry Lyndon from Stanley Kubrick. I haven't seen this one. This is one of the 2 Stanley Kubrick movies that I still haven't seen. I haven't seen Barry Lyndon, and I haven't seen Lolita. I hear that this is one of his best. And I have it in 4K, and I cannot wait to just treat myself to a visual feast in the upcoming future to watch this. Then we've got some Batman movies. We have the original quadrilogy. I think these are fun. At least the first one is my favorite. Returns, I can have a little bit of fun with. I'm not too crazy about Returns. Forever and Robin, wasn't the biggest fan of those ones. So I'll only ever throw those ones on if I'm like really making a commitment to like do a Batman marathon. Like every Batman movie, yeah, you gotta watch those ones too. But if I'm just casually watching or feeling Batman, I'm not gonna put those on. Then we have the Dark Knight trilogy from Christopher Nolan, my definitive Batman movies. I watch these at least once a year. I love the Dark Knight trilogy. The Dark Knight is still the best superhero movie ever made. The Dark Knight Rises isn't as good as I used to hold it to. Then Batman Begins is peak too. Then we have Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice, Ultimate Edition. If I'm being totally honest, I don't think the Ultimate Edition adds too much to the quality of this film. I think it's still a mess. Just, not as much of a mess, but it's a longer mess. Then we have The Batman from Matt Reeves. Oh, this steelbook is incredible. I love this movie, but it's firmly a 4-star movie for me. There's a few things about this movie that just take me out of it, and I'm really hoping that the sequel tops this, because it has the potential to. And we've got some animated Batman stuff. First off, we have Batman the Animated Series, the best animated interpretation of Batman. So this is the complete series, and this set also includes Mask of the Phantasm and Sub-Zero. Mask of the Phantasm, I think, might even be better than Batman Begins. I love that movie so much. I hold it so near and dear to my heart. And I need to get the 4K version, because that is a movie that I think is definitely worth upgrading to 4K, because it's Mask of the Phantasm, man. It's going to look amazing in 4K. Then we have Batman The Long Halloween Deluxe Edition. This was initially released as 2 parts, but this is the fully condensed 1 movie version of the film. I haven't seen this version, but I have seen the 2 original 1 and 2 parts. And I liked those. I really liked those. And I think this will play even better, just as 1 singular film. So I can't wait to watch this. Then we have Batman Under the Red Hood. This was a really cool animated Batman movie, too. Very interesting story adapted from the comics. And that's, I don't want to give too much away if you don't know too much about Under the Red Hood, but, you know, if you're watching a complete Blu-ray video, you probably know what Under the Red Hood is. Batman vs. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I love this. I think it's a great Batman movie as well as a great Ninja Turtles movie. I think they complement each other really well. That's such a great time with this. Then we have Beavis and Butthead Do America. I laugh so hard at this movie. So funny. I would like the second movie, Do the Universe, to also get a physical release. I love everything that Mike Judge makes. He's such a funny guy. Then we have this really cool steelbook box set for Beetlejuice that I imported from, I believe it was France. I saw Beetlejuice for the first time 2 years ago, so I was really late to the party on Beetlejuice, but I just totally vibed with that movie, which I don't know what that says about me as a person, but I freaking loved Beetlejuice enough to import like a $60 steelbook from France to, yeah, because it looked awesome. And then also have, let me move some stuff around real quick. We have Beetlejuice, the 4K glow-in-the-dark steelbook. Not as good, but I still really enjoyed it. And yeah, I love Beetlejuice. And that sweatshirt was getting a little too hot for me, so I had to change. Hey, did I tell you guys that I love Beetlejuice? I freaking love Beetlejuice. So then we have Belle from Mamoru Hosoda. Apparently this is a really divisive film of his. When I saw it, I liked it. So maybe I need to reevaluate this film a little bit. His latest film, Scarlet, I did not like. But I did remember liking Belle. So I'll show up day one for anything that he makes. So hopefully his next movie is better than Scarlet. And I do need to check out Belle again. Next up, we have a sentimental film to me. I used to go and see movies in the theaters with my great-grandma before, back when she was alive. And the movie that really kickstarted this, I was visiting with her when I was probably like an early teen, tweenish maybe. And she had a VHS copy of Ben-Hur sitting in the front room. And I was like, I heard this is great. She's like, borrow it. I'm like, okay. And then I watched it and I'm like, that was incredible. I loved that movie. So that really kickstarted me and my brother going and seeing movies with my great-grandma. And so I really hold this film really near and dear to my heart in that regard. We ended up going to see the remake of Ben-Hur with her. Nowhere near as good as this, but it was cool just to go and see a Ben-Hur movie in the theater with her. And then we have Berserk, 1997. This genuinely changed my life. Like, I watched this. I mean, you can tell that there's some obvious budget constraints with this particular adaptation, but the way the story is written and translated to the screen, it's still so effective when it was told through this series. Blew my mind, like genuinely stunned me. The ending of this show is so unbelievably shocking. Best I can compare it to, if you're not familiar with Berserk, is it would be like if Game of Thrones ended immediately after Ned Stark's head gets cut off. Not the episode afterward where you get a little bit of an idea where things could go, right when his head gets cut off. So I was like, I cannot just live with this ending. I need to know what happens next. So this was the very first anime that inspired me to read manga, and now I'm not completely caught up on the manga. I haven't read anything in volume 43, but I am, for the most part, like, up to date on Berserk. Berserk is one of the greatest works of fiction ever made. Like, it's super, super dark and messed up, but like, the tragedy in Berserk would make Shakespeare blush. It is phenomenal. And if you want to experience peak storytelling, watch Berserk. I can't advocate for it enough. Like, if I die before Berserk ends, I mean, technically the creator of Berserk has died before his creation has ended, but like, which is tragic enough. But if I die before Berserk ends, F me, dude. Like, I need to know how this story ends before I die. Then we have Better Call Saul, the complete series. Masterpiece. Absolute masterpiece. Might be my favorite TV show of all time. I think Jimmy McGill might be my favorite character in all of fiction. Like, he is such a well-written... I relate to Jimmy McGill so much as a person. Also don't know what this says about me, but Better Call Saul is a masterpiece. Then we have the Beverly Hills Cop trilogy starring Eddie Murphy. I really like the first one. Great comedy. Timeless comedy. The other two are not the greatest. The second one's fine. It's Tony Scott. The fourth one, which was a Netflix movie, very cheap, very disposable. I'll probably only ever watch the first one, honestly. Next, we have an indie film that I wish everybody would watch because this technically blew my mind. This is Beyond the Infinite 2 Minutes. This was at a micro budget, shot out of a coffee shop in Japan on an iPhone, and it was all a simulated one-take film that intercuts with like previous footage or future footage that we don't even yet see in the film. It is a mind-blowing film. Trust me. Like, for what this movie cost to make, I cannot believe that they pulled off what they did with this film, and I highly encourage everybody to go check this out. Then we have The Bible, the mini-series from, I think it was the History Channel that this was on. Really, really liked this growing up. I don't remember too much about... this is overdue for a rewatch too. I just remember they recut the second half of this into the Son of God movie, and it played off way better in the TV show where you have like more time with these versions of these biblical characters to really like expand on their characters. Next up, we have a Chinese animated film. This is Big Fish and Begonia. This is a very colorful, cool-looking film. Like most Chinese films, it has very dense lore, but I think it's probably one of the more accessible Chinese films as far as the lore goes. You know, it doesn't do too much. I mean, it holds your hand a little bit, which most Chinese animated movies don't. So, yeah, I really like this movie. Definitely check it out. Next up, we have Big Hero 6 in 4K. Great modern Disney movie. Peak of the superhero genre. Great colors. Had to get it in 4K. Then we have Big Trouble in Little China from John Carpenter, with Kurt Russell giving a very fun performance. I love this movie. Very goofy, very fun. And then we have The Big Lebowski from the Coen brothers, starring Jeff Bridges. And I watched this when I was way too young to get the comedy and understand it and appreciate it. And so I'm criminally overdue for a rewatch on this film. Have it in 4K for when I want to do that. Next up, we've got The Bike Riders. This was the very first secret screening I ever went to. The $5 Monday secret screenings where you don't know what the movie is until it starts playing. When I saw it the first time, I thought this was a masterpiece. It might have been just because of the hype of going to a secret screening for the first time. But when I watched it for the second time, like, that was still really good, but it's not a masterpiece. Like, this is definitely a comfortable 4-star instead of a 5-star. But, oh man, Austin Butler is so good in this movie. He's just a great, phenomenal actor in general. Then we have the Bill and Ted trilogy. I love all of these. Then we have a couple of Adam Sandler movies. We have Billy Madison and then Happy Gilmore. I need to get the Kino Lorber 4Ks for both of these. Just waiting for the prices to go down. These are the two best Adam Sandler comedies, in my opinion. Then we have Black Panther. Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman. What a great freaking superhero performance you gave. I don't think this was a Best Picture nominated worthy film by all means, but it's still really good. And then I also have Wakanda Forever. This movie hit me pretty emotionally when it came out. Haven't bothered to rewatch it since, or haven't even thought about it much since. Then we have Black Swan from Darren Aronofsky. Gorgeous, horrifying film. Yeah, and he did rip off. He definitely did rip off Perfect Blue. I kind of wish he would have just made his own direct adaptation of Perfect Blue, but I'll still take Black Swan. Like, it's still a really intense, really cool horror thriller. Next up, we've got Black Widow. This came out I think it was around 3/5 into COVID. So or maybe halfway. I'd say halfway through COVID. This was early 2021. This is a mess. But I think it's still fine. It's still a totally watchable movie, even though it definitely is filler. You don't need to watch this movie in the Infinity Saga watch at all. Didn't even need to happen, but I still liked it. Next up, we have got a much better superhero movie, and that is Blade. Wesley Snipes kicks so much ass in this movie. I think it's a little bit slow, but visually it's just absolutely stunning. I don't think the second movie has been released on 4K. It needs to be. Then we've got Blade Runner. Might barely edge out Alien, but not really. As Ridley Scott's best film. But Blade Runner is a masterpiece. I love this film, especially the final cut. It's the only version I'll watch is the final cut. I have a very hard time deciding if I like the first movie or the second movie, 2049 more. Denis Villeneuve took Ridley Scott's original film and just blasted it up. This is eye candy. Every shot you could just hang on a wall. It's phenomenal cinematography. Next up, we've got The Blair Witch Project. Very anxiety-inducing film, just about a couple of teenagers that get lost in the woods, and then some creepy stuff happens at the end. I hear that the Second Sight Blu-ray release of this is the definitive look of how it was supposed to look. I might have to look into upgrading to that one. Blazing Saddles in 4K from Mel Brooks. I love this movie. It's so damn funny. Then we have got some Bleach volumes. We have Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3. This is all about all I watched of Bleach growing up. It was my first foray into more mature anime, not for kids. Still it's definitely teen focused, I'd say, in who it's meant to be for. Still, those first 3 volumes, the first 2 arcs, peak. And I never really watched anything since then. I also have the movies, because I watched the movies growing up as well, even though they probably are way further ahead in the timeline. Actually, they're not even canon from what I hear. But part of me wants to go back and watch everything of Bleach that I've never seen just to watch 1,000 Year Blood War, because I hear 1,000 Year Blood War is phenomenal. And I don't want to miss out on peak anime. Next up, we have The Blind. This is the Phil Robertson biopic. Basically goes through him meeting Ms. K. If you don't know who these people are, these are the people that created Duck Commander, Duck Dynasty. Really, really great film about like grace, because like Phil had a really dark moment in his life, and it does not shy away from like how bad he got there for a little bit, but like it really shows that like anyone can really be redeemed if they are genuine and have humbleness and meekness to want to become better. Then we have The Blind Side. Apparently this is bullshit, but I like this movie. Really sucks that everything happened in real life with Michael, or that kind of disavowed like all of this. Then we have Bohemian Rhapsody. I liked this when it came out. I was a big Queen fan at the time. I don't think it would play as well for me now, but I still have it. Then we have one of the greatest comedies ever made, and that is Borat. No comedy ever made has ever pushed the envelope like Borat did. Like, the lengths that Sacha Baron Cohen went to when making this, mind-boggling that he actually did what he did. And like, he was on the FBI watch list for a little bit. That's insane. Then we have another Mamoru Hosoda movie. This is The Boy and the Beast. First time I watched this, I wasn't too crazy about it, so I sold the Blu-ray, but I still had a digital copy. And then when I think it was when Bell came out, I rewatched all of his movies, and I watched it again. I'm like, I actually kind of like that. Why did I sell that Blu-ray? So then I got the 4K Steelbook. Probably should have just got the Blu-ray again, because I don't think it's really a 4K worthy movie, but like I just think I liked the artwork better on the 4K Steelbook, so that's why I went with the 4K. Then we have The Boy and the Heron from Hayao Miyazaki. This is his latest movie. Could very well possibly be the last movie he ever makes. I'm just glad that I got to see a brand new Hayao Miyazaki in the theater. Definitely not his best movie, far from his best movie, but still an incredible film. Then we have The Boys, seasons 1 and 2. Carl Urban is coming to FanX later this year. I'm going to get him to sign that. And hopefully Anthony Starr comes as well, because I'll have him sign the back. And I've got season 3 all by itself. Do not own season 4. Don't plan on getting season 4 or season 5, because that's when the show kind of fell off. Then we've got Braveheart from Mel Gibson. Perfect movie. I'll say it. Definitely takes a lot of liberties with historical accuracy. A lot of this did not happen in real life, but I don't care. The story they told was perfect. And I almost got this signed by Mel Gibson, but it would have been like $300 to do so. So I was like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, he had his very first convention appearance at FanX, and I went. But yeah, it would have been awesome if he just dropped his prices a little bit. But I understand. He's a very high profile, very controversial person. And we've got Breaking Bad, the complete series. Possibly the greatest TV show ever made. Very glad that I own it physically. Kind of wish that I had like the toxic barrel version. That would have been cool to get. This one's kind of a deep cut. This is Brian and Charles. When I was doing film school for a little while back in like 2019, 2020-ish, I had a film professor who showed me the original short that this feature is based off of. And he said it was one of his favorite shorts of all time. So that kind of stuck with me. And then when I saw that they made a feature out of it, I was like, oh, that's awesome. I'll watch that. And I liked it. Oh, I don't think the original short is on this Blu-ray, which sucks, because that's probably what I would watch over the feature, but, you know, I had to get this just for old time's sake. Then we have Bridge to Terabithia. I wanted to watch this movie ever since I was a kid. Never watched it when I was a kid. Watched it a couple years ago. Lived up to everything that I thought it would be as a kid. Devastating film. Then we have Brother Bear 1 and 2. Brother Bear was the second movie that I ever saw in theaters, and it was the very first movie that I ever saw to its completion in theaters. First one was Finding Nemo, but I got scared when the diver came to take him away. But I loved Brother Bear when I saw it in the theater. It was awesome. And the second, I think Brother Bear, the first movie, still holds up very well. Like, it does have some tonal problems, but like I still enjoy it. This Blu-ray kind of sucks because the aspect ratios are wonky. It's better to watch it on Disney Plus, honestly, because it's better. But Brother Bear 2 is like any other Disney cheap pull. It's abysmal. It's terrible. Don't even think about it. I'm only here for the first one. And we got Bullet Train. This is such a fun action comedy. David Leitch did a better Guy Ritchie movie than Guy Ritchie himself. Like, everything I love about Guy Ritchie's tone and style of humor is present in Bullet Train, but done better. So if I'm feeling Guy Ritchie, honestly, I'll go with David Leitch's Bullet Train. Like, I love this movie. It's phenomenal. Then finally for the B's, we have The Butterfly Effect. Kind of cheesy a little bit, I think, as far as the screenplay goes. I've only seen the director's cut of the film, and that is a dark, dark ending. Ooh, I might have to watch the theatrical cut going forward, because that director's cut is dark. Okay, moving on to the C's. We have got Cannibal the Musical. This is the directorial debut of Trey Parker and Matt Stone of South Park. So this is the first bigger project that they did before South Park. It was shot on a camcorder. It has a very niche sense of humor to the Western United States. It's really funny. I love this a lot. Next up, we've got the Captain America movies on 4K Steelbook. We have got The First Avenger, The Winter Soldier, and Civil War. Last time I watched the MCU, I think Civil War was my favorite MCU movie. The most critically acclaimed MCU movie is Winter Soldier. I don't know when I'll watch the MCU again, but I'm curious to see if my opinions will change the next time I do. Then, for whatever reason, I still own Captain Marvel, because it was technically a part of the Infinity Saga, and I was a completionist at the time, and this movie sucks, and I fucking hate it. Next up, we have got Captain Phillips. This is a really, really cool thriller, directed by Paul Greengrass and starring Tom Hanks. I am the captain now. That's what this is from. I didn't get the 4K. A 4K recently came out. Then we've got Captain Underpants. I read the books growing up, and I loved them, and seeing this stupid, immature animated movie with my little brothers back when they were really, really little was such a fun treat. I'll always cherish that moment. Cars. I love Cars. My mom took me to see Cars when I was 6 years old, and she didn't like that it said "Good Lord" in it one time. So I didn't watch Cars for a very long time after that, but I've watched it since a few times, and I love Cars. It's great. This is a cool one. This is Cartoon Saloon's Irish Folklore Trilogy. So this includes The Secret of Kells, Song of the Sea, and Wolfwalkers. I got this. I already had Secret of Kells and Song of the Sea back when they came out on Blu-ray, but Wolfwalkers was an Apple original acquired film. So this is currently the only way to own a physical copy of Wolfwalkers, and I love Wolfwalkers. It was one of the best movies of the COVID era. And I just love Irish folklore in general. I have heritage from Ireland. Then we've got Castaway from Robert Zemeckis and Tom Hanks. Great movie. I don't know if it's come out with a 4K yet, but if it hasn't, I need to get it. Castle in the Sky, the very first official Studio Ghibli film. They have some unofficial ones that came out before this that were the same crew, but they hadn't patented the name Studio Ghibli yet. But this is the first one that had the stamp of Studio Ghibli on attached to the film. Castle in the Sky is great. One of Miyazaki's better ones, I would say. I wouldn't say it's top tier Miyazaki, but I respect the opinion of anyone that does think that. Then we've got the complete series of Castlevania. We have season 1 without a slipcover, which sucks. Season 2, season 3, and season 4. I want to watch this show again. When this show was coming out, I liked season 3 the most, because it gave me a little bit of a slower pace to what was going on, and it basically evokes the slower build fantasy storytelling that I was missing from Game of Thrones, because Game of Thrones had recently ended. So I was feeling that void for me. I thought season 4 just ended the show way too fast. I haven't seen Castlevania Nocturne. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's not as good as the original series. Maybe one day I'll watch it. Catch me if you can. As far as Spielberg movies that could be considered underrated goes, this was probably the number one. I don't think people talk about Catch Me If You Can enough. Catch Me If You Can is a perfect film. DiCaprio and Tom Hanks are both so good in it. Their dynamic, their cat and mouse dynamic is so entertaining to watch. And like, it's crazy that the story actually happened in real life. Then we have the best anime of this current era, and that is Chainsaw Man. I have the season 1 steelbook of Chainsaw Man. I think this is such an entertaining, well-written show. I cannot wait for season 2, and I can't wait to own the movie Reze Arc on 4K steelbook as well. God willing that the 4K steelbook does come out. That was my second favorite movie of last year. It was that movie is a masterpiece. Then we've got our first Kevin Smith movie of this video. We have Chasing Amy. Most of his movies kind of just feel like the same to me. This one felt a lot more personal, and I loved that about the film, so I felt this one was definitely worth grabbing. Then we have one of the best miniseries ever made, Chernobyl. Very overdue for a rewatch on this. Not a second is wasted in this show. It's horrifying in the most realistic sense of the word. Then we have got a masterpiece yet again with Children of Men. Oh, what an incredible piece of sci-fi filmmaking this is. And I don't believe this one has a 4K yet either. This absolutely needs a 4K. Alfonso Cuarón, this might be his magnum opus. Like, genuinely blew my mind when I saw this for the first time. Then we have Children of the Sea. This was the very first movie that I saw in the theaters back when they started opening back up around the COVID era. Not a very good movie. It's very visually stunning for sure. It tries to communicate like a bunch of weird trippy themes that I don't think get fully executed very well. Children who chase lost voices from Makoto Shinkai. This is kind of like his spin on like a Ghibli-esque story. Nowhere near as good as a Ghibli movie by any means, but like it has this really cool fantasy world, and definitely I liked it. It was a good watch, and I'll watch it again. Citizen Kane, the quote-unquote greatest movie ever made, the most important movie ever made. It's very good. It is very important to watch this and get a full historical understanding of what it did for film as a medium. Definitely not in my top 50, I would even say, but like, yeah, definitely have to own Citizen Kane as a film enthusiast. The City of Lost Children, I got this in a Sony Pictures Classic 4K set. This is a very weird, I want to say it's like a steampunk type of thing, kind of like a Guillermo del Toro movie on acid. I don't know if I'll ever watch it again, but I found it really interesting. Then we have Clerks. This is Kevin Smith's first movie, and I think this does like his style of filmmaking the best. Like, this is amateur filmmaking at its finest, I think. And I also have Clerks too, just because out of all of like his snarky, rebellious punk rock characters, I think the Clerks crew is the best of his characters. So yeah, I loved watching them again show up in another movie. I'm still going through his filmography. Can't wait to watch Clerks 3 when I eventually get to it. Then we have A Clockwork Orange from Stanley Kubrick in 4K. Very, very tough watch, but very thought-provoking watch. Makes you think a lot about society and that kind of stuff. And we have Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs with this cool clear case. This is a French-Canadian version. It's still the regular version, but like it came from French Canada. This is a 3D disc. Really glad that I have this in my collection. I don't have a 3D TV, but when I do, I'll be prepared. And then I have Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2 in Espanol, but it's still the same version, the normal version, just with Spanish packaging. The second one's not as good. It's very, very, very juvenile and not very highbrow. Like, the first one was so highbrow. I'm only into the seas, and my brain is already starting to fry. It's great. Then we have a double feature of Cloverfield movies, Cloverfield and 10 Cloverfield Lane. I love these two movies in particular. I don't own the third one, The Cloverfield Paradox. I didn't like that one. Apparently they're making a direct sequel to the first movie. Like, these are set in alternate universes, but apparently they're making one that is a direct tie-in sequel to the very first Cloverfield movie. So that's kind of cool. I'm excited for that. We have Coco. I think this was the last truly great theatrically released Pixar film. And it was definitely the last original one, the last original Pixar film to make an absolute boatload of money before everything kind of went downhill. Then we have a movie that I'm really glad that I own just in general. This is Coda. This is a Best Picture winning film from 2021. It's premiered at Sundance. And this was also the very last movie that I ever got to see with my great-grandma before she died. And it happened to be a Best Picture winning film, a very feel-good film. And, you know, when people talk about their rankings of Best Picture winning films, most people have Coda like a little bit lower than the average Joe. But this one means a lot to me. I don't know how I would rank it against the other Best Picture winners, but it does just personally mean a lot to me that I went and saw this with my great-grandma. I also keep ticket stubs like in my case. So this is the ticket stub for Coda that I went and saw with my grandma. Then we have Collateral with Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. Tom Cruise giving a great villainous performance in this thriller from Michael Mann. Michael Mann needs to make more movies. I know he's making Heat 2. I'm excited for it. Color Out of Space. This was one of my favorite movies of 2020, if I recall. The pinks and the purples in this movie pop really well. So I haven't watched it in 4K yet. I can't wait to one day. Then we have the most devastating movie ever made, or that I've ever seen anyway, and that is Come and See. This will shake you to your core. And that's all I really can say about it without, you know, traumatizing you. Then we have Coming to America, one of my favorite comedies of all time, my favorite Eddie Murphy comedy. Then we have a 3-pack of Conjuring movies. This is the first 3 movies, so 1, 2, and The Devil Made Me Do It. 1 and 2 are probably the only ones that I will ever watch. I don't have any of the spin-offs. I have seen Last Rites. I thought Last Rites was better than The Devil Made Me Do It, but I don't think Last Rites was good enough for me to buy it. Cool Hand Luke. This is a great classic prison break type movie. It was recommended to me by an old religious leader of mine, and he has good taste. If you're watching this, you have good taste, man. Coraline. This is the 4K Shout Factory Steelbook. Have to own the Leica movies, or at least this Leica movie in 4K, just because, oh man, the actual photography of those puppetry pops so well in 4K. And this is a great gateway horror for your kids. And here's one that I'll be upgrading very, very soon. This is the Cornetto trilogy. Prime Day just barely happened, and I saw that the 4Ks for the Cornetto trilogy were on sale, so I grabbed those. They haven't arrived quite yet, but can't wait to swap this out. Some of the best comedies ever made, at least the first 2. Like, yeah, Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead, peak comedies. Corpse Bride in 4K, also a stop-motion movie that you need to own in 4K for those super hyper-realistic photographs type of stuff. Yeah. Am I making sense? Then we have Cowboy Bebop. This was at one point, for a very long time, my favorite anime TV series. It still very well could be. Such a great... What is this? 26 episodes, right? I think? I don't know, it's a very quick watch. It's a very, very quick watch. Great characters, great sci-fi setting. I also have a 25th anniversary version of it. I don't think I actually need this. I paid probably too much for it. It's the same exact version as that, just with like 1 or 2 more bonus features. And the discs aren't as cool. On the old one, the discs look like vinyls, so it's really cool. But I still have this. I don't know if I'll ever use it. Then I also have the movie Knocking on Heaven's Door in steelbook form. Last I checked, this is a pretty hard to find steelbook, so I might have to put this one in the case. Then we've got the Creed movies. We have Creed, Creed 2, and Creed 3 4K steelbook. I think this is like the last movie that Jonathan Majors did before he got canceled. But anyways, I love the Creed movies. I think at this point, I think the Creed franchise is in a better spot than the Rocky franchise was back when it was 3 movies in. So, yeah, I think I like the Creed franchise more, which is really crazy to say because I love the Rocky movies. Then we've got a childhood classic of mine, Crocodile Hunter Collision Course. If the entire Crocodile Hunter series got a release, I would 100% buy it. Steve Irwin was my hero growing up. Still, the day that he died was like the day that like forever changed me. Everything was great until Steve Irwin died. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in 4K from that Sony Pictures Classics collection. Awesome, awesome movie. The wire fu is incredible in this film. Not like a big wire fu person per se, but this is probably a prime example of it. Then we have The Crow. I need to get the 4K of this, but if you don't know the history behind this film, very, very tragic behind-the-scenes story of Brandon Lee's passing. And it ties very well thematically into the concept of this film, which makes this just such one of the most unique superhero movies ever made. I need to get the 4K, because it would be a gorgeous film to look at in 4K. Then we have The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. This is the only Criterion Blu-ray that released in a standard Blu-ray case. I think I got this for like way cheaper than most Criterions do, because it was like, I think I got it from Hamilton Book or something for super cheap. It's basically like David Fincher's take on the Forrest Gump type of story. Not as good as Forrest Gump by any means, but I still really enjoyed it. Then finally, for the C's, we have Curious George, my boy, my goat. I still love this movie. I don't care. Like, the 6-year-old in me fucking loves this movie. Hey, look, my Cornetto Trilogy 4K set came. Perfect timing. Okay, let's keep plugging away with the D's. So first up, we've got the Daniel Craig James Bond collection. I put it in D just for Daniel Craig. That's just how this title is done. I don't have any other James Bond movies. If I had other James Bond movies, I'd put this in the J's. Daniel Craig is my favorite Bond. Casino Royale, Skyfall, and No Time to Die. No Time to Die. I have this one separately. All my favorite James Bond movies. Absolute peak. And then we have the oldest movie in my collection, and that is Dante's Inferno. What is this from? This is from, I think, TerrorVision, I think, put this out. What the hell were they on back in the day? They were making some wild, creepy stuff back then. This might be the coolest thing I have in my collection, honestly. This is season 1 of Daredevil on Blu-ray Steelbook that I had signed by Charlie Cox. I have season 2 as well. I have no idea why on God's green earth they did never release season 3 on Blu-ray. Like, it's an actual crime that season 3 does not have a release, because season 3 is the best season. It like burns my soul that we don't have it available for physical media. Dazed and Confused. This is the Criterion 4K. This is one of my favorite Richard Linklater movies. Another Hangout movie. I love Hangout movies, and honestly, this might be my favorite. No, this isn't. This is not my favorite Hangout movie. I'll get to that one later, but this one comes really close. Then we have Deadpool with the unicorn slipcover. Got this when I had the Blu-ray originally. I since upgraded to the 4K, but I kept the unicorn slipcover because it's incredible. I think they made a steelbook with this Blu-ray, with this unicorn art at one point. Deadpool 2. I stole this slipcover back when I got it. I originally got this as just the regular standard edition Blu-ray on Black Friday. Since upgraded to 4K for this as well, but I don't think it's the extended cut. For whatever reason I know. The super duper cut you don't actually need. Just changes a couple of scenes around here and there, and I like the scenes they were the first time. Then we have Deadpool and Wolverine. I got the Deadpool-centric steelbook because it's Deadpool's movie still. The Wolverine steelbook was awesome though as well. This is cheap thrills, really, but I still loved it. Then we have Death Note, the complete series, one of the best anime series of all time. Could have been like a 5-star show if they didn't make a certain choice around, I want to say 3/4 of the way through. If you know it, you definitely know what I'm talking about. But really, like, most of this show is just phenomenal tension-built writing. Then we've got The Departed from Martin Scorsese. This is his Best Picture winning film. Won Best Picture, I believe won Best Director as well. I cannot believe that DiCaprio did not get a nom for this. I can't remember if Jack Nicholson won or got a nom. Jack Nicholson got something, I think. But I can't believe that DiCaprio was nominated for Blood Diamond over this. Like, I mean, granted, I haven't seen Blood Diamond, but like, DiCaprio is so damn good in this movie. Then we have the Descent 4K Steelbook. This is a Lionsgate Limited Steelbook. Now they're doing that instead of the Best Buy stuff because RIP Best Buy. I think I've seen I can't remember if I've seen the director's cut or I think it was the theatrical cut. I think I saw the theatrical cut of this version. But this is a really, really claustrophobic, anxiety-inducing horror film. Really gets your heart rate up. Makes you probably never want to go spelunking ever. Oh, I also want to show this off too. You take this off. It's the cave people. Then we've got Despicable Me and Despicable Me 2. I was gifted these, did not pay for them. I'm proud of that. I enjoy these movies, these two in particular. Don't care about any of the other ones, but I grew up with these ones. And I still think I will enjoy them. So, glad I was gifted these. Thank you, Megan. The Devil's Backbone from Guillermo del Toro. I had the original Criterion version of this once before. I liked it, but I didn't think I would ever watch it again, so I sold the Criterion, and then I ended up getting the 4K version in that box set. So I guess I'm just destined to have this movie. And I probably will appreciate it even more the next time I watch it, so it's probably good that I still have it. Diary of a Wimpy Kid, 1, 2, and 3. Peak cinema. Masterpiece cinema. Yeah, not really, but I love it. The Dictator with Sacha Baron Cohen. Not as funny as Borat, but still pretty damn funny. Die Hard, 4K, one of the best action movies ever made. One of the most important action movies ever made. Dinosaur. Not a great Disney movie by any means, but I love dinosaurs. What can I say? I enjoyed it as a kid. I still enjoy it now. District 8. Whoa, this movie is fantastic. I freaking love District. Did I say District 8? District 9. District 9. I take my card away. Take my movie card away. Django Unchained, Steelbook, needs a 4K. One of Tarantino's best, top 3, I would say. Doctor Sleep, director's cut, which unfortunately is on the Blu-ray disc and not the 4K disc. The director's cut is even better and adds more to the story. So, love Doctor Sleep. Wish it would have made more money. Doctor Strange. Took me forever to find this 3D Blu-ray version. I think this was a Target exclusive version. Yeah. Really glad I have it now. Then I also own Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Not as good. I enjoy it more as just Sam Raimi doing like his Evil Dead style of filmmaking in a Marvel movie. The movie overall is still not the greatest. Like if you look at it just as a Marvel movie, it's kind of disappointing. But like as a Sam Raimi movie set in the MCU, I enjoy it. Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. I've seen this once, and Stanley Kubrick can do comedies too. Very satirical. Definitely need to watch it again when I'm feeling like a Cold War comedy. Dolomite. I saw the Netflix movie Dolomite Is My Name. I don't think I've seen this all the way through, but like what I have seen, I like this. This is funny as hell. Dolphin Tale. I saw this as a kid growing up. It's basically a Hallmark movie with a dolphin. And I think I might peel these stickers off. Or actually, no, I won't, because I can just look at it there, because I like this artwork. It's cool. Really liked this movie growing up as a kid. Donnie Darko, the Arrow Video 4K Special Edition. I got this the first print where they fucked up with the theatrical cut, and the frame rate is terrible and everything, and I never got it fixed, and I don't want to buy it again, so I'm probably only going to have to ever watch the director's cut, which is okay. You're not as lost when you watch the director's cut, so that's good. Drag Me to Hell. It's basically Sam Raimi doing PG-13 Evil Dead, and I'm all for it. Then we have Dragon Ball. All my Dragon Ball stuff. Massive collection of Dragon Ball stuff. So we have the original series, seasons 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are DVDs. I believe Germany got Blu-ray releases for this show. Why the hell have we never seen a Blu-ray in the States for Dragon Ball? One of my favorite anime TV shows ever made. It needs to happen. What are we doing here, people? And then we got Dragon Ball Z Kai Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, then we have the Final Chapters Part 1, Final Chapters Part 2, Final Chapters Part 3. I prefer Kai over Z, personally. It's the version I grew up with, and I think it's just a better dub in general. The pacing is better as well. This show is on Disney Plus now, which I don't know how to feel about. Like, I think it's cool that it's reaching a wider audience, but I don't want Disney to be the people that do that. It makes me feel gross. Then we have some Dragon Ball Z specials. We have the history of Trunks and Bardock, the father of Goku. These are like some of the few specials that I still consider to be canon. I even consider the Bardock special to be canon, because I like that version of Bardock. Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods. I think I would kind of prefer... I mean, it's cool to watch the action more. If you're here for the action, watch the movie. If you're there for the story, watch Super. For Resurrection F, you can just watch the movie. You don't need to watch the show. I don't like how it was executed in the show at all. The movie will totally suffice and you'll be fine. So then we got Dragon Ball Super. For the first 5 volumes, I bought them in bulk on eBay, because that's where they were at in their releases at the time when I bought them. And I did not realize that they were bootlegs. So the first 4 volumes I have are bootlegged. Maybe I'll upgrade to official releases one day. I mean, the quality's still the same. So we have bootleg Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4 with... This one looks the worst. It like doesn't have any sort of like foiling to it, and there's like a box cut out for Trunks' JPEG right here. This is like the worst done out of all of them. And then Volume 5, and then by that point I was able to start buying the official releases when they started coming out. So we had Volume 6, Volume 7, Volume 8, Volume 9, and Volume 10, and I am so damn happy that this show is finally coming back. I've been waiting so very patiently for Dragon Ball Super to come back. R.I.P. Akira Toriyama, by the way. Then, this is a cool one. We have Dragon Ball Super Broly that I had signed by Sean Schemmel right here in blue, and then Chris Sabat right here in orange, and then on the back here we have Johnny Young Bosch signing in purple for Broly. So this is one of my favorite pieces that I have in my collection. And then because I'm super duper collector, I also have Dragon Ball Super Heroes, two editions. We have Gohan Beast and Orange Piccolo, and I think I'm going to get those. I'm going to get Chris Sabat to sign this, and I'm going to get the guy who voices Gohan. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name right now, to sign this one when the time comes. Next up, we have Dread. I'm going to get Carl Urban to sign this in September. I'm so sad that this movie didn't make enough money, because it was awesome. It was basically like The Raid, but with Judge Dredd, and Carl Urban was awesome in this movie. Then we have one of my favorite steelbooks, Drive. Such a cool movie, such a cool neo-noir. I need to watch this desperately again, because it's been way too damn long since I've seen Drive. Then we have Duck Dynasty, seasons 1 through 3, as well as season 4. I loved this show growing up. As you saw, I had Phil Robertson's biopic, The Blind, in earlier. I love these guys. They're great people. I love everything they stand for, and the show is just so damn funny to watch. Then we have a double feature. We have Dumb and Dumber and The Mask. Really here for Dumb and Dumber. I like The Mask too, but like, yeah, Dumb and Dumber is one of my favorite comedies of all time. I love that movie so much. Drug Stories. These are some PSAs that were done back in, like, I want to say the 50s and 60s against drugs, and they were super funny and weird and kind of dishonest, if we're being totally honest about some of the stuff in here. But I enjoyed it. This was a funny watch. Then we got a bunch of Dune movies. We have David Lynch's Dune. Not a very good movie, but a very interesting movie. And I have the Arrow Video 4K box set of it. Really cool that I own that. Then we have a double feature of the Dune miniseries collection, which has the original Dune and Children of Dune. I have not seen Children of Dune yet, because I'm waiting for Dune Part 3 to come out before I learn more about that story. Also not the greatest, but also very interesting, so definitely worth owning. And I see that James McAvoy is in Children of Dune, so that's cool. Can't wait to see what that's all about. Then we have the masterpiece, Denis Villeneuve's Dune. I put part 2, this is originally just for part 1, but I put my part 2 disc into this steelbook as well. I pre-ordered the part 2 steelbook, but I ran into some complications that couldn't process my order, so I had to buy the standard version, so I just put the standard one into here. And you know what, that's the complete story of the first book anyway, so I'm okay with it. But these are 2 of the best movies ever made. And Dune Part 2 very well might be the best movie of the decade so far. Chomping at the bit for Dune Part 3. I also have Part 1 in 3D because it got a 3D release. So that's kind of cool. I kind of wish Part 2 also got one, especially with the sandworm sequences. Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves. This was a lot of fun. I got this for a very cheap price. I kind of wish I got the 4K, but I'll settle for the Blu-ray. It's not like I'll watch this movie all the time or anything. Just put it on for a good, fun, disposable laugh. If you've ever played D&D, this captures the energy of playing a D&D game perfectly. Really wish it would have made more money. I would have loved to see another one of these. And finally, for the Ds, we have Dunkirk, another movie that I bought 3 times. I bought this originally, this Blu-ray steelbook. Then when I started upgrading to 4K, I bought the 4K. Well, recently I learned that my 4K disc got scratched, so on Prime Day I bought the 4K again. So, luckily this time it wasn't scratched. So, I mean, this movie is perfect. It's phenomenal, and I'm obviously willing to buy it 3 times just to get the perfect version, perfect quality of it. So, yeah, Dunkirk is amazing. Okay, moving on to the E's. Edge of Tomorrow, starring Tom Cruise. Really wish this would have gotten a sequel. I freaking love this movie. I have the 4K, and then I also have a 3D version of it that I kept as well. So, I mean, they made a more direct adaptation of the source material, an anime version called All You Need Is Kill. That was cool, but I still prefer Edge of Tomorrow. Edge of Tomorrow was amazing. Edward Scissorhands, not my favorite from Tim Burton. He's definitely on full display here in this one. But I like it. It's really good. I should probably watch it like this Halloween season because I'm overdue for another rewatch of it. 8th Grade from Bo Burnham. I liked this back when it came out. It gets to some really serious stuff around the end of it, but for the most part, yeah, this was a very, very honest and interesting and really just a very wholesome take in a way of a very awkward time that everyone has to go through. I don't really like Bo Burnham anymore, but I think I still like this movie. El Camino, a Breaking Bad movie. I have the steelbook of this. No title on the spine, so if you didn't know what this was, you'd have to really look into it, see what it was. I think this was a great epilogue for Jesse's character. Really cool. I'm really glad that this exists on physical media too. The Emperor's New Groove and Kronk's New Groove. Emperor's New Groove is a top 5 Disney movie of all time for me. I laugh my ass off at it whenever I watch it. Kronk is so damn funny, and I like his cheap cool movie. One of the few cheap cools that I'm glad exists. Enter the Dragon from Bruce Lee, probably his most iconic movie that he ever made. Such an awesome tournament fighter movie. Yeah, as far as martial arts goes, this is definitely in my top 5 for martial arts movies for sure. Ernest Goes to Camp and Ernest Goes to Jail. I love Ernest, and I want to get Scared Stupid, and hopefully one day Ernest Saves Christmas comes out on Blu-ray as well. Jim Varney, R.I.P. Love you, man. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. This is I can't remember what this slip was an exclusive to. I think it was Walmart. But I have the googly eyes slip cover. Best Picture winning film. I liked this film a lot less after it won Best Picture over Top Gun Maverick. That movie definitely should have won over that, over Everything Everywhere. But this is a very, very unique film and still definitely worth watching and owning. Evil Dead 1 and 2, the 4K set. I love both of these. Evil Dead 2 especially. Evil Dead 2 is one of my favorite horror movies. Honestly, these are both 2 of my favorite horror movies of all time. Army of Darkness. This is the goofiest of all of the Sam Raimi Evil Dead movies. Evil Dead remake. Pretty messed up movie. Your skin will crawl real bad while watching this. Then Evil Dead Rise. I don't own the Arrow Video version of it. I'm not sure if I necessarily need to. I would only get it for the special features. I'm not sure if I need special features for this one. I like this movie still. Like, there's never been a bad Evil Dead movie. I'm excited for Evil Dead Burn. Ash versus Evil Dead. The show. I love this show. I love Bruce Campbell. I love that he came back to play Ash some more. Really wish we got the 4th season, especially with that cliffhanger ending in the 3rd season. But I'll still take what we got. Ex Machina. Whoa. Whoa. What an interesting and awesome sci-fi movie this was. We got the Expendables trilogy. At the time trilogy. I haven't seen the 4th one. Don't think I really want to because, the OG Expendables aren't really in it. This is basically just turn your brain off, watch 80s action stars in their old age, shoot people. Good background noise, I think. I like the Expendables. Lastly, for the E's, we have Eyes Wide Shut. One of the most important movies ever made. Stanley Kubrick knew something was up. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe that, I don't believe in coincidences. You can't believe in coincidences. That's all I'll say. Okay, moving on to the F's. Next up, we've got The Fabelmans. This is Steven Spielberg's autobiographical film. It's basically him as a stand-in for basically how he became a filmmaker and his life growing up, everything that happened with him and his parents and all that. Very deeply personal film for him. I enjoyed it. It was very fascinating to watch and very entertaining to watch as well. So I loved it. Next up, we have The Fake. This is an animated Korean film. I have not seen it yet. I believe there's only a subtitled version of this film. There's no dub. I'm really looking forward to watching this one because I hear it's very dark and very brutal, and I like that. Next up, we have Fame. This was recommended to me, and I watched it with my great aunt Wendy. I wasn't the biggest fan of it per se, but I have it still. I'll just keep it as a memory's sake, essentially, I think. Next up, we've got the Family Guy Star Wars movies. So we have Family Guy Blue Harvest, Family Guy Something 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 Dark Side, and Family Guy It's a Trap. The Star Wars parodies. I like these. They're funny. This is all the Family Guy I think I'll ever own, though. The Fanatic with John Travolta, directed by Fred Durst. Horrible movie, but so damn funny. So bad it's amazing. You gotta watch this one. It's like The Room of the 2010s. Fantastic Planet from René Laloux. Very weird, trippy French animated movie. Worth watching for sure. I like weird, trippy animated movies. Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer. I wish I had the first one. I like these Tim Story Fantastic Four movies. I like the team, the family. I love the family in these. The movies themselves aren't the greatest, but I love the way that the Fantastic Four are portrayed in these. Fantastic Four First Steps is a better movie than the Tim Story movies, but I think the Tim Story ones honestly do the team. Why do I keep saying the team? They're the family, not the team. They do the family better justice, I think, than this movie does, personally. Fargo. Great Coen Brothers movie. Classic Coen Brothers movie. Great dark crime comedy. The Father. Anthony Hopkins won Best Actor for this over Chadwick Boseman posthumously. And yeah, this is like definitely a top 5 movie that came out during COVID for sure. I think The Father was fantastic. This brought tears to my eye. Fear and Desire. This is Stanley Kubrick's very first movie, and it's still unclear if this one's actually going to be included in the Criterion set when it comes out, so I'm really glad that I own this. This is not a good movie. This is basically him trying to figure out how to make a movie, and it's rough. Very much feels like a student film, and but it's a really awesome piece of film history because it's the very first movie that the greatest film director of all time made. And also that transfer was done by the Library of Congress, so that's cool too. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. This is the Criterion version of this film. Wild movie. Like, what the hell? What the hell, Terry Gilliam? Like, what were you on? Fences, starring Denzel Washington. He is so good in this movie. Only seen it once. Saw it with some family. It was good. It was really good. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Classic 80s comedy. You have to own it. Don't have the 4K, just the Blu-ray, but that's okay. Fiddler on the Roof. Very sentimental film to me. I was in a production of this in high school. Some of the best times of my life. And I'll always love this film specifically because it'll take me back to that time every time. Finding Nemo in 4K. As I mentioned earlier, this was the very first movie that I ever saw in theaters. Didn't make it all the way through. Got scared. I was only 3 years old when the diver came to get Nemo and all that. I got really scared, so we left early. But yeah, Finding Nemo is like a top tier Pixar movie for sure. It's fantastic. Finding Dory. I was gifted this. I would never go out of my way to buy this one. It was good, but wasn't too crazy about it. But if it's free, I'll take it. So, First Man, another movie that I saw with my great-grandma while she was still alive. It's the Neil Armstrong biopic, directed by Damien Chazelle, starring Ryan Gosling. I really liked it at the time. I know a lot of people were underwhelmed by it at the time. I think from what I've heard, it's aged pretty well. I need to watch it again for sure. Flags of Our Fathers, directed by Clint Eastwood. I've been meaning to do a double feature of this film with Letters from Iwo Jima, which you'll see later. Basically, it's his World War II, both sides of the war double feature, essentially. I tried doing it recently, but I learned that this disc does also not want to play on my PS5. So I'm probably just going to have to watch it on my PS4, on my small TV, which sucks, but hopefully I'll get that done one day. Flight, another good movie with Denzel Washington in it. Denzel Washington is one of my favorite actors of all time. This is a dark comedy where he plays a pilot, and he's an alcoholic, and he runs into a bunch of trouble, as you can tell from that premise. Following the directorial debut of one Christopher Nolan, the GOAT. I really need to follow suit with what this guy did in what so many other great directors do. Just get off my ass and go make something. Christopher Nolan made this with his friends on the weekends over the course of a year for a micro budget. Not a micro budget, but well, it was like $11,000. That's still a lot of money to me, but you know, it's cool that he had to drive an initiative to get that done. Footloose, another movie that takes me back to high school because I was in a production of this show as well. I freaking love Footloose. Cheesy as hell, but I enjoy the hell out of it. And in the stage production that I was in, I played like 5 different characters. It was awesome. I freaking ran that shit. Forever Strong, another movie. If you live in Utah, you know this movie to a T. It's very much ingrained into our culture here. It's about a troubled youth who plays rugby, who gets into some trouble, learns to do better. Great underdog sports sports drama. Forrest Gump, Best Picture winning film. Don't think it should have won over Pulp Fiction, but I'm still okay. I'm still okay with it because this is one of the best movies of all time still to this day. Fox and the Hound and Fox and the Hound 2. Fox and the Hound was a classic of mine growing up. Haven't seen number 2. Foxcatcher, really cool wrestling movie. Interesting true story. Very, very disturbing true story, actually. Steve Carell is really good in this movie. I thought Channing Tatum was really good too. The French Connection. I'm really glad that I own this on physical media because there was some controversy about them censoring this film digitally. So if you own a physical copy, you have the true, uncensored, true to what this Best Picture winning film was, essentially. Doesn't sugarcoat anything. Friendship, Chase Marsh, if you're watching this, his favorite movie of all time, I think. I love this movie. Fritz the Cat, the first X-rated animated film, basically created adult cartoons. Family Guy and Simpsons and all that would not exist without Fritz the Cat. Crazy, crazy movie. Ralph Bakshi is out of his damn mind. From Dusk Till Dawn, this was supposed to get a 4K, I think, at one point, and I don't think it ever did. If you like Sinners, Sinners kind of has like a very similar plot to this. Sinners is a little bit more like deep and profound, what have you, but this one's just more just a fun schlocky time. From Up on Poppy Hill, this is the best film that Goro Miyazaki has ever made, and I think it's because his dad wrote this film. Every other movie that Goro ever made has not been great, so which is unfortunate, but you know, sometimes nepotism doesn't work. The Fugitive, one of the best 90s action thrillers ever. Harrison Ford is so damn good in it. Good movie to watch on St. Patrick's Day, which is when it takes place around. Full Metal Jacket. Oh, man. Stanley Kubrick's Vietnam War film about the duality of man. I think it's one of the 3 best Vietnam War movies ever made, between this, Apocalypse Now, and Platoon. We've already seen Apocalypse Now earlier in this list. I'll get to Platoon later. Full Metal Jacket might be my favorite. I think it is my favorite of the 3. Funny Games. I contemplated getting rid of this, but then I thought, you know what? Okay, full context. This is a good, great horror movie, but it is so dark and such a bleak, nihilistic ending. And I thought about getting rid of it because I think this is a movie that I only would ever want to watch once. But I thought to myself, you know what? If I'm ever in a position where I'm hanging out with somebody and I just feel like ruining their day, this will come in handy. Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. This is not an official steelbook. I bought this off of Etsy because the official one sold out. But I loved Furiosa. It was my second favorite movie, I believe, the year that came out, right behind Dune Part 2. Furiosa was awesome, and I'm so sad that it lost a bunch of money at the box office. But luckily, I think George Miller is making one more Max movie. I hope that happens. And for the Fs, finally, we have Future Boy Conan the Complete Series. This is basically what jump-started Hayao Miyazaki's entire career. This show is perfect. Like, I think it's the best anime TV show ever made for kids. Like, my kids will be raised on this show. It teaches such great, like, morals and values that are just sort of lost upon by, like, today's standards that are essential. And, like, the animation is gorgeous. The characters are so fun and entertaining. Highly recommend Future Boy Conan. Okay, moving on to the G's now. Galaxy Quest. I have not seen any Star Trek. I know it's a direct rip-on Star Trek. I thought this was so fun. Like, you don't need to know anything about Star Trek to enjoy this movie. Game of Thrones, the complete series on 4K. Great show, one of the best shows of all time. Up until the last 2 seasons. The last 2 seasons suck. Everybody knows that. But this is a sweet box set. The Game from David Fincher. Really cool 90s thriller. A little bit of an underwhelming ending, I think, but still a solid addition to his filmography. Gandhi, Best Picture winning film. Got it in the Columbia Classics Volume 1 4K set. It's okay. I don't think I'll ever watch it again. I have it in case I want to, though. The Garden of Words. This is not quite a feature, not quite a short film from Makoto Shinkai. Very beautiful film. If you're looking to get into his filmography at all, you should definitely check it out, because it's definitely like not as high profile as something like Your Name or Suzume, but you should definitely check it out if you like both of his other movies. Get Out from Jordan Peele. Most people call this his best film. It probably is. I love Get Out. So good. Ghost in the Shell, the original 90s animated film. Really cool cyberpunk film. Very integral to a lot of people that were getting into anime in the 90s and bringing it over to America. And then I have the remake of Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson. I remember liking this when it came out. A lot of people hated it. I need to watch it again. This is the Blu-ray Steelbook, but I believe the 4K is in here. Yes. So I need to watch it on 4K because I remember like the colors being insane on this one. Ghost Stories. This is one of the best worst anime TV shows of all time. The dub is so funny. Like, this show was so bad that when they decided to dub it, Japan was like, you guys can just do whatever you want with this dub. And boy, they did. They went hog wild with this dub. And some of the funniest, like, you're probably seeing videos of it on like TikTok or Instagram, but like there's some crazy out-of-pocket stuff that they did with this dub, and I enjoy it immensely. Ghostbusters, the first movie. I just barely watched this for the first time last year. Yeah, I'd never seen Ghostbusters before, and I liked it. Wasn't crazy about it. I don't know if I'll ever watch... I probably will eventually watch the other movies, but yeah, I liked Ghostbusters. The Girl Who Leapt Through Time from Mamoru Hosoda. This is like the film that really launched his career. Like, he did a Digimon movie and a One Piece movie before he did this, and this is what really like got his name out there as an artistic director. I love this movie. It's so good. And I think there's a live action version that either is, I think it's already been out for a while, or it's coming out. I don't know. I might need to check that out too. The girl with the dragon tattoo from David Fincher. I wasn't as crazy about this one. This one kind of like grossed me out a little bit. And it's got like so many plots that are happening at the same time. It's kind of convoluted, but they all tied together very well. I really need to rewatch this one. Gladiator. So good. One of the best movies ever made. Probably my favorite sword and sandals movie ever made. Gladiator 2 sucks. Well, it's fun and enjoyable, but it sucks compared to this, you know? Glass. This is the end of the M. Night Shyamalan superhero trilogy. I remember really liking it when it first came out. Not as great on rewatch, but still very good. This is the very first Pakistani 2D hand-drawn animated film. It's called The Glass Worker. It took forever to get a release here in the States, and like it had a dub ready to go and everything. They didn't need to like recast anybody, because from what I understand, like English is like a primary language over in Pakistan. But so yeah, it was like basically ready to go and everything. It just sat on a shelf for like the better part of a year, but it finally got a Blu-ray release thanks to Vinegar Syndrome. So I'm really glad that I got it and was able to support it. The Godfather trilogy, absolute cinema. The first two are some of the best movies ever made, some of the most important movies ever made. I believe the only two films to like where the original and the sequel both won Best Picture, which is crazy to say. Part 3, not my favorite. This set includes the original cut of Part 3 as well as the Coda director's cut that Ford Coppola put out later. I haven't seen that version. Maybe I should, because I think it cuts around some of the things that were problematic about the theatrical cut. Godzilla -1. The best Godzilla movie ever made. Absolute perfection. I am horrified and so excited for Godzilla -0 later this year. And then Godzilla vs. Kong, fun, schlocky monster, professional wrestling. It's fun. I liked it. Gone Baby Gone. I believe this is the directorial debut of Ben Affleck, starring his brother Casey Affleck. The ending of this movie is very uncomfortable in the best possible way. Really raises a lot of like moral questions within you, the viewer, and I love that about it. Gone Girl from David Fincher. This is the last movie that he ever made before selling his soul to Netflix. Awesome thriller. Definitely need to rewatch this. Good Boy. This is a horror movie that tells the story of like a haunted house from the dog's perspective. It took over 3 years to film this. Like the filmmaking on display was like really impressive, and I had a great time with it. Like the story isn't like anything to write home about, but it's definitely worth a watch, like just for the filmmaking aspect of it alone. And that dog is just so damn cute. Good Will Hunting. Shout out to Carter Thackeray, his favorite movie of all time. And it is a masterpiece. Such a damn good movie. Highly recommend watching it if you never have. It took me forever to watch it, but I'm so glad I finally did. And then after you watch it, go to therapy, because everyone needs it. Goodfellas. Classic Martin Scorsese movie. Really just like his pinnacle of gangster mobster movies. One of the best movies ever. Yeah, one of the best movies ever. I couldn't even get my words out on how good it was. A Goofy movie. I love a Goofy movie. Everyone loves a Goofy movie. And it's very hard to find this on Blu-ray nowadays, so I'm really glad that I have it. Grave of the Fireflies. One of the most devastating movies ever made. Probably top 2 most devastating animated movies ever made. Isao Takahata, rest in peace. You are a legend. And another one of yours that also devastated me is coming up, so be on the lookout for that. Gravity, from Alfonso Cuarón. I have the 3D copy of it. I watched it in 3D at my buddy Sidge's place. I like it. I wish I had a 3D TV to really appreciate it and experience it again. Probably the only way to watch it would be in 3D or in IMAX or something like that. Standard 2D probably is not enough for this particular movie. I think the story isn't like too emotionally resonant for me to justify not watching it only for the technical stuff. So, but I like Gravity. It's a good movie. The Great Gatsby from Baz Luhrmann. Baz Luhrmann doing all of his weird stuff that Baz Luhrmann only ever does for any of his stuff. I don't know what all the Jay-Z stuff and all that was doing in this movie, but it was fun. Everyone read this book in high school, and you know, I think in some ways it does a great job at capturing the spirit of the book, but in other ways it's just Baz Luhrmann just like, you know, just dumping all of his Baz Luhrmannisms into the story. Great Mouse Detective. I got this at a flea market for dirt cheap, and I think the Great Mouse Detective. It's a very underlooked, very underappreciated Disney animated movie. Green Room. This is the second sight 4K for Green Room. I don't think there's been like a US version of the 4K that's been released, but Green Room is such an intense, claustrophobic action horror. Not action, really. It's more like a thriller horror type of thing. R.I.P. Anton Yelchin. And yeah, I will check out every Jeremy Saulnier movie solely based off of Green Room. The Green Knight. This is basically like a fantasy version visually of Blade Runner 2049. It talks a lot about chivalry as the big theme, really trippy at times. Sort of like a Christmas classic of mine in a weird way. It takes place around Christmas, so I try to watch it around Christmas time every year, just for like a not Christmas type of vibe, you know. The Green Knight. Michael Clark Duncan is so good in this. R.I.P. Did I just say The Green Knight again? This is The Green Mile. Grindhouse. Double feature for Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino. Robert Rodriguez's Terror Planet, Quentin Tarantino's Death Proof. I don't really care too much for Terror Planet. I do really like Death Proof. Sort of overall how I feel about Rodriguez and Tarantino as filmmakers as well. Honestly, with Death Proof, I think I like it more than a couple of his other movies. Like, I think I like it more than Jackie Brown. I don't know why, but that light just turned on out of nowhere. That's weird. Guardians of the Galaxy, Best Buy Steelbook. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Mondo Steelbook, really hard to find. And then Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Best Buy Steelbook. It's the best trilogy of films, I think, in the MCU. And I honestly think James Gunn is probably the best comic book director ever made, if I'm being totally honest with you. Moving on to the H's, we have got a very interesting release of Hacksaw Ridge. There was a while back when Walmart was doing these weird 4K Blu-ray DVD digital combos. So it's like the same size as a DVD case, but it comes with all 4 formats. So I wanted to own like a couple of these, basically just because it's weird. And Hacksaw Ridge is a great movie. It's one of Mel Gibson's best, I think. Hail Caesar. This was the very first movie that I did go and see with my great-grandma while she was alive. So after I watched Ben-Hur at my house, we planned to go and see Hail Caesar. I liked it. My grandma liked it. My brother was like, what the hell was that? With it being a Coen Brothers movie, I'm sure he was like, I didn't understand any of that because, you know, we were like in middle school at the time. I was like barely starting to dip my toe into like action movies, so I don't think I fully got it at the time, but like I still enjoyed it, whereas he didn't. Halloween, the original horror slasher, not the original slasher actually, because it came out before or after Black Christmas, but really the most iconic horror movie or slasher movie of all time, I think. For a while, he was my favorite slasher as well. I haven't really delved too much into the slasher genre because I just don't really gravitate towards it personally, but I do love this movie. I also have the 2018 one, Halloween 2018. It's fine. The Hangover, one of my favorite comedies ever made. One of my brother's favorite comedies ever made. And I love that I found this steelbook with the baby on it at Winco for $5. Then we have the 3 Harold and Kumar films, as well as Beer Fest. Beer Fest got thrown in here for some reason. You know, I love the Harold and Kumar movies personally. I love the first one, Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, the most. Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay is like also pretty fun. Nothing Not one of my favorite comedies by any means, but still a lot of fun. And then Harold and Kumar Christmas. That one is a fun Christmas watch to get in every now and then. I wish I had it in 3D because it was made for 3D and it has this whole 3D gimmick going on with it. But I don't know. It'd be fun to own that one in 3D. Beer Fest is it's a movie with the Super Troopers guys. I don't think I'll ever go out of my way to watch Beer Fest again, but I've seen it. And then we got the Harry Potter 8-film collection. Need to get the 4Ks. I'm not excited for the show at all. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? The Hateful Eight from Quentin Tarantino. I really need to watch this one again. I remember not liking it as much as most of his movies the one time that I did see it. It desperately needs a 4K treatment too because of the way it was shot. It would look amazing on 4K. And I've never seen like the extended cut of it either that was released on Netflix that is no longer on Netflix. So hopefully when we get a 4K of it, we get like the full extended cut on there as well. Hawkeye, I don't know if this will get a second season, but I liked this first season. I really like Haley Steinfeld. And Jeremy Renner's a fun. You can't go wrong with his Hawkeye either. The dog is cute. It's a fun Christmas watch. Totally ruined Kingpin at the end of this. It was the same Kingpin from Netflix Daredevil. Haley Steinfeld would be dead by the end of this show. But, you know, I still enjoyed Hawkeye. Hopefully, I'm really hoping that Haley Steinfeld will come to FanX one of these days so I can get her to sign my Arcane Steelbooks and this Steelbook and more Steelbooks that I have later coming up. There's a lot of stuff that I would like her to sign. Heat from Michael Mann. Apparently the 4K version of this isn't as great as the Blu-ray, so luckily I still have the Blu-ray. Very overdue for a rewatch of Heat as well. This is the movie that The Dark Knight is primarily based on. Al Pacino and Robert De Niro are so good in this movie. Really great cat and mouse game between all of them. Heavy Metal. I like this movie a lot. I love these schlocky 80s trippy animated movies. This steelbook also includes Heavy Metal 2000, which is nowhere near as good as the original Heavy Metal movie. But I remember they announced like a few years ago they were doing like a Heavy Metal anthology cinematic universe type of thing. Nothing has come out about that since. I am so mad about that because I could use so many more of these schlocky 80s things. Then we've got Hellboy from Guillermo del Toro. I really enjoyed this movie. Ron Perlman is so great as the character. And then Hellboy 2, The Golden Army. I think I like this one even more. I really wish they would have made a third one. It would have been so good, I'm sure. Did not like the David Harbour one. Did not like the Crooked Man one, either, the direct-to-video one. But I do like the animated ones that came out in between this one and the David Harbour one. They got the original cast to come back for these ones, so I wish we would have got more of these as well. These were fun. Heretic, one of my favorite horror movies to come out this decade. Hits a little close to home, being raised Mormon and everything, watching a movie about Mormon missionaries getting captured. Kind of like Saratov Approach, but like way more like horrific and fantastical, and it brings up like a lot of like debates about like religion and stuff. But the thing that I love about this movie in particular is if you go in with your own personal mindset about believing in God or not believing in God, I feel like either one of those sides could come out of this movie feeling fulfilled in their personal beliefs, which is so cool that that exists. This is a cool one. This is a Canadian release of Hitman. This was not released on physical here in the States, but Canada also is Region A, so I imported it. This was released straight to Netflix in the United States, but it's one of Richard Linklater's best movies, and Glenn Powell is so damn good in it. I fucking love this movie. Then we have the animated Hobbit movie on DVD from Rankin Bass. Very fun, whimsical, enjoyable little thing. And we have the Hobbit Peter Jackson movies. These are the extended cuts. Probably should just get the theatrical cuts for the Hobbit movies, because these do not need to be as long as they are. But I do really enjoy the first two. The third one I think is superficially entertaining, but there's just not a lot of substance there. The Holdovers. This is one of my favorite movies of the year it came out. Another great Christmas classic that is from this decade. We've actually been getting some solid Christmas movies in the 2020s. Holes, another really hard to find Disney Movie Club exclusive Blu-ray. RIP to the Disney Movie Club. I have most of the ones that I was looking for. The one that escaped me was Cool Runnings. It's very hard to find any of these Blu-rays, and I did not get Cool Runnings in time, unfortunately. But hopefully I'll find it for a cheap price out in the wild. Holes is great. I love Holes. Home Alone 1 and 2. Christmas classics, more so Home Alone 1. I'm not too big about Home Alone 2, personally. I wasn't raised on these. Horton Hears a Who! Hell yeah! I loved this movie growing up. I'm really glad that I found it for a cheap price out in the wild. Sealed. We've got House of the Dragon Season 1 and 2. I'm liking this show still. I'm still on board. I kind of wish that Season 2 would have actually done the Battle of the Gullet. Instead, they waited until Season 3 to do that, so we had to wait 2 years for it. But that episode just came out, and it was freaking awesome. So, like, I'm hoping that the show will remain to its quality, but maybe when it is all wrapped up, it'll just play better just watching it all back to back. The original animated How the Grinch Stole Christmas, great short film, great Christmas classic, gotta watch it every year. As well as Jim Carrey's How the Grinch Stole Christmas, another Christmas classic, gotta watch it every year. The How to Train Your Dragon trilogy, I like the first one the most. 2 is also really good, 3 is also really good. Not as good as 1, though, unfortunately. I mean, but they're still just a solid trilogy. And no, they did not need to be remade. I don't know why they're remaking these movies. By the same director, too. Howl's Moving Castle. Peak Hayao Miyazaki. So damn good. This is a documentary on the Hubble Space Telescope, Hubble 3D. I saw this in elementary school at the Clark Planetarium in IMAX 3D. It was the very first time I saw anything in IMAX 3D. And when the countdown was going in IMAX 3D, I was blowing my mind. I yelled, "IMAX is awesome!" And my buddy's like, "Shut up!" I'll always have to quote that every time I see an IMAX movie with him. The Arrow Video release of Hugo by Martin Scorsese. This is a cool one. This has the new 4K transfer as well as the 3D Blu-ray as well. I really wish Martin Scorsese would have done more kids movies. It's weird that he only ever did one with this. I mean, yeah, you don't have to be like Spielberg and do them all the time, but can we at least get at least one more family film from Scorsese? This was great. I love Hugo. The Hunger Games collection. Love all these. I put the 4K discs in this Blu-ray set. But unfortunately, I also own Catching Fire by itself on Blu-ray because the IMAX aspect ratio change is not on the 4K disc for Catching Fire, which is a fucking crime. So, the best part of any of these movies is when she's rising into the arena after Cinna gets murdered, and the IMAX ratio changes to wide IMAX, and then you're just your jaw's just on the floor. That didn't carry over onto the IMAX disc, the 4K disc. So I still have it on Blu-ray, Steelbook. That's the only way I'll ever watch Catching Fire. Then we have The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I liked this movie when I saw it in the theater. I've only seen it in the theater that one time. Probably could have been 2 movies, honestly. I'm excited for Sunrise of the Reaping. That one looks pretty good. Hunt for the Wilder People. This is my favorite Taika Waititi movie, one of my favorite comedies of all time. It's getting a 4K release in the UK, and I pre-ordered it. I can't wait to get that. I love this movie. And then finally for the H's, we have The Hurt Locker. Best Picture winning film from Catherine Bigelow. It was really good. I'm really happy for Catherine Bigelow. Not what I would typically call a Best Picture winning film, but it's a solid war movie. I think we've gotten better ones since then and before, but I really like The Hurt Locker. It's interesting. Okay, moving on to The Eyes. I Can Only Imagine. This is about the guy that wrote the song by the same name, Mercy Me. It was a good, wholesome, spiritual movie. Dennis Quaid is great in it. And then a film that couldn't be further from the previous film, I Saw the Devil. One of the most messed up horror movies ever made. Brutal revenge story. The Koreans are really good at making those. Ice Age. I love the original Ice Age. I couldn't care less about the sequels. Didn't grow up on them. I did see the first Ice Age as a kid, and my mom immediately banned it. But I have watched it a couple times since then, and I still love it. In Bruges from Martin McDonagh. After I saw The Banshees of Inisherin, I wanted to check out In Bruges, so I did, and I loved it just as much as The Banshees of Inisherin. Another good movie to watch around Christmas time that is not about Christmas at all. I'm really excited for his next movie. I think it's called Wild Horse 9. Really excited to see that. My buddy Ben worked on that film. And I need to check out his other 2 movies. I haven't seen 7 Psychopaths or 3 Billboards Outside of Ebbing, Missouri yet. I gotta watch those first. In the Earth. This was a horror movie that I saw during COVID. I traveled all the way to Las Vegas to see this movie. It was a 2-hour drive at the time. And very seizure-inducing horror film. Interesting time capsule of COVID eras. Like, you know how everything around that time was just kind of like bouncing off the ideas of pandemics and everything like that. Very much tapped into that. I don't know how well it would play now, but I own it, so I should probably give it a rewatch and see. In the Heights, another COVID-era film that bombed at the box office spectacularly, but I liked it when it came out. I don't know if I would still like it now. Need to find out. It's only $5 at Winco, that's why I picked it up. Inception. Classic Nolan movie. I think it's a little overhyped and overrated personally. A little self-indulgent maybe. I have the 4K. I just kept the Walmart Blu-ray slip just because I wanted to have at least one more of these still in my collection. The Incredible Hulk. I like this movie. I think it gets too much hate. The Incredibles, one of the best Pixar movies ever. And then also The Incredibles 2, the most profitable Pixar movie ever. Not as good as Incredibles 1, but still really good. And we have the Indiana Jones collection on 4K. Some of the best movies ever made. Raiders of the Lost Ark, in my top 4 of all time. So damn good. And then I also have the Complete Adventures Steelbook edition. Do not own Dial of Destiny, because I hate that movie. I don't even like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and I do own that one. But Dial of Destiny is just an absolute betrayal of Indiana Jones. Inglourious Bastards. I have the Arrow Video 4K of this. Half of Tarantino's movies I consider to be absolute masterpieces, and I love this movie dearly, just like all of the other masterpieces he puts out. But personally, of his masterpieces, this is the one that I think I respect more than I actually enjoy. But I still enjoy the hell out of it. It's so, so good. And the Arrow Video transfer, pristine. I'm really glad I saved my money and got this instead of the initial 4K release. While we're on the topic of Inglourious Bastards, I was gifted this by my old college instructor. This is an official script that was on the set of Inglourious Bastards. It's been preserved and sealed. This is one of the coolest things I own. I will never get rid of this. Inside Llewyn Davis. This is a Coen Brothers movie that I have not seen yet. I hear it's really good, really sad. I love Oscar Isaac, so I can't wait for him to wreck me. Inside Out, I have the lenticular slip for Inside Out. I got this for free with all my Disney Movie Rewards points before that service went under when Sony started handling distribution. But Inside Out is great. One of the last truly successful original Pixar films. I do not own Inside Out 2. I would get it if it were cheap. Insomnia from Christopher Nolan. Probably his most overlooked film. Really good. It's basically him proving to the studios that he can make studio films. And I'm glad it worked out, because now we have Christopher Nolan. Interstellar. I want desperately to give this movie 5 stars. But there's something around the end point that just does not do it for me. So 4.5, it will always remain for me. Love Interstellar, though. So, so good. One of the best space movies ever made. The Interview. The movie that kind of ruined Sony's plans for everything they were making for a time, because we almost went to war with North Korea over this movie. Really funny comedy with Seth Rogen and James Franco. I still enjoy it. The Irishman, Criterion edition. I wish that this would get a 4K upgrade from them. It might someday. I don't like it as much as I did back when it came out, but it's still an excellent, excellent Martin Scorsese movie, even with the de-aging not holding up as well. Iron Fist, Season 1. This was the very last of the Marvel Netflix shows to get physical released. And that's a damn shame, because I still want Punisher Season 1 and Daredevil Season 3. I need those. Iron Fist Season 1 sucks, but the Steelbook is pretty cool. Then we got the Iron Man movies. We have Iron Man 1, in this stupid standard edition. I should probably get the 4K. Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3. It's going to bug my OCD immensely as long as I have those that way. The first Iron Man, one of the best superhero movies ever made. 2 and 3 are fine. The Iron Giant from Brad Bird. One of the best animated movies ever. Desperately needs a 4K release. And, oh, it sucks that this movie didn't make as much money as it should have. But I'm so glad that it garnered the cult classic that it deserved. I am so excited for his next movie, Ray Gun. I am unbelievably hyped for it. It on 4K. This was the second R-rated movie I ever saw in theaters. It was really funny because, like, around the end of the film, when Bev kisses the main kid, some guy yelled, "Oh, come on, show the fat kid some love," and everybody laughed. It was great. It Follows. This is another second sight 4K. I thought this movie was awesome. What a great, interesting horror film. And it's getting a sequel, which I'm really excited for. It's a mad, 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 mad world. This is the Criterion version of this film with the wider aspect ratio than the initial Blu-ray release. This was my grandpa's favorite comedy of all time, and I bonded with him a lot back when he was alive over this movie. And then, wrapping up the eyes, we have inarguably one of the best movies ever made. It's a Wonderful Life, 4K Steelbook. Gotta watch it every year around Christmas time, in black and white. Luckily, I was able to see it in a theater at least once. So good. Literally life-changing film. Okay, moving on to the J's. We are gonna start with Jackie Brown. This is my least favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. Maybe because it's his only work that is not original. Like, this is based on Elmore Leonard novel. I like his original work a lot more. This is kind of underwhelming, honestly, but it's still fine. It's decent. He's never made a bad movie in his life. Jaws, one of the best movies ever made. Gotta have that lenticular slip there. Gotta watch it every summer, maybe around like the 4th. Jerry Maguire, really great rom-com, especially if you like sports too. It's great. Tom Cruise is so good in this. Jessica Jones, season 1. This was the only season of Jessica Jones that got a physical release, and it's the best season of the show. I don't think I would want to get 2 or 3. I don't even think I've seen season 3. But season 1 of Jessica Jones was excellent, and I'm glad I own it. Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger. An Arnold movie set during Christmas. It's fantastic. I don't care what Rotten Tomatoes says. I love Jingle All the Way. John Carter. This was a failed, massive Disney blockbuster. I have a 3D copy. It's scratched to hell, so I'll probably never watch this. But I do need to watch the movie in general. This was cool. I found this at a pawn shop, and this sticker in here shows that it was from the old video store that used to be in my hometown when I was a little kid. So I kind of want to keep it just to say that I have, like, a piece of my old video store, even if I never watched the movie. John Wick Chapter 2, John Wick Chapter 3, John Wick Chapter 4. The quintessential blockbuster, not really blockbuster, but action movies of this era of action movies. John Wick Chapter 4 is probably the best out of all of them. I think it's one of the best action movies ever made. Mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing action, cinematography, whole 9 yards. What more can you say about John Wick? Johnny English. I freaking love this. I honestly love Johnny English more than Austin Powers, as far as James Bond parodies go. Rowan Atkinson is just so damn funny. Johnny English Reborn, also pretty funny, but I don't have that one. Haven't seen Johnny English Strikes Again. I kind of want to check that one out. Jojo Rabbit, the movie that won Taika Waititi an Oscar for Best Adapted Screenplay. This movie was awesome when it came out. I freaking laughed my ass off at it. Very satirical, very great take on this subject matter. And yeah, he might have peaked with this movie because he hasn't done anything to this level since. Joker. This movie has not aged well. I mean, it's good. It's still really good, but even if it is just like a Taxi Driver clone, the second movie did irreparable damage to this movie. But I still have it. I can still enjoy it. Even though at this point I don't think I would have given the Oscar to Joaquin Phoenix, I think I would have given it to Adam Driver from Marriage Story instead. Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. This is a very rare Blu-ray. I think this is from the UK, if I'm not mistaken, but it still plays in Region 1 players. Everyone, I'm sure, who was religious in any sort of way probably did grow up with this musical. I still get a kick out of it. I would like to be in a production of this show one day. This is such a fun show to watch, like whether live or just on Blu-ray. The original 1960s Jungle Book. I think it was the 60s. It was the 60s or the 50s. I don't remember, but it was the very last Disney movie that Disney ever worked on himself. Classic Disney movie. So good. Then we have the live-action remake, which honestly might be even better. One of the very few Disney live-action remakes that is actually great and worth watching and worth having been made. Then we've got some Jurassic Park movies. I have the latest version of the original film of the original Jurassic Park on 4K. This version includes Dolby Vision, which did not... Oh, and Dolby Atmos, which the initial 4K did not include Vision or Atmos. So I saved my money and I waited for this version to come out, and I'm so glad I did because now I have like the definitive version of Jurassic Park 4K. As for the other ones, I don't really care to upgrade them. The Lost World Jurassic Park, I enjoy it. It's fun. Jurassic Park 3, very flawed, but it's still very fun. I still like it. Jurassic World, this is the only Jurassic World movie I have. It's in this weird little circular case thing. I still have a good time with this one too. Every Jurassic World made since the original, I don't like at all. Can't stand them. It shows you where we're at with those. This is a movie I have specifically for archival purposes. I will never enjoy this movie. It's kind of just like a piece of history that this even exists as Justice League. One of the biggest bastardizations of a movie ever released in theaters. And I'm very glad that we eventually got this. Zack Snyder's Justice League, the true version of the film. Even though they have the same exact story, the way that they're executed is drastically different, and it is done immensely better with Zack Snyder's original vision. Alright, moving on to the K's. First up, we have got The Karate Kid. I had only seen this movie very recently. I think I saw it like a year or two ago for the first time, and I loved The Karate Kid. I don't know if I'll watch the other movies leading that continued past this, or Cobra Kai. I don't know if I'll watch any of that, but as far as this original film goes, I liked it. I would consider upgrading it to 4K at a good price. Next up, we got a 3-pack of Carl Zeman triple feature. I'm really here for Journey to the Beginning of Time. This is a really obscure movie that I watched growing up as a kid. And I was really surprised when I found out that Criterion put out a release of this. I've tried to watch Invention of Destruction I've tried like 2 or 3 times to watch that. I've never been able to get into it. Haven't even tried watching the third film, The Fabulous Baron Munchausen. This one's got dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs. I'm watching that one. Like, I grew up with here's how young I was when I watched this movie. Like, I was young enough to not even know what a dub was. These are like in Eastern Europe. This guy's from Eastern Europe. So it has like Eastern European actors. The version that I watched as a kid has like an English dub over those Eastern European actors, and I didn't even realize it was a dub. That's how young I was when I watched this. And this version still has that dubbed version. So yeah, I'll always watch that version every time. So I'm really glad that this exists, and I'm really glad I own it. Then we have Kiki's Delivery Service. Top 3 Studio Ghibli movie. Peak Hayao Miyazaki. Such a good movie. They're making a live-action TV version of this, which I might check out. But this is one of the best animated movies ever made. So wholesome, so sweet. Such a great coming-of-age movie. So good. Then we have my favorite Indian movie ever made, and that is Kill. This is a really cool steelbook that came out, and if you've seen the movie, the context behind this, very cool steelbook. Then we have Kill Bill Volume 1 and Kill Bill Volume 2. I will be getting rid of these very soon because they are releasing Kill Bill The Whole Bloody Affair on 4K. It's the complete version wrapped into one singular film. I saw that in theaters last year, and I was so happy I was able to do that. Yeah, that is the definitive version of this movie. So I'll be getting rid of these very soon. Killer's Kiss. This is Stanley Kubrick's second movie. It is an upgrade from Fear and Desire, but not by too much. It's definitely more competent, for sure. It's definitely a more cohesive film. Can't say I enjoy it too much, but it's still very interesting to like watch him progress as a filmmaker into, you know, the legend that he eventually became. Seeing his humble roots, still really interesting. And this one is confirmed to 100% be included in the Criterion box set. Killers of the Flower Moon from Martin Scorsese. This is his latest movie, an Apple original. I'm really glad that Criterion put out a 4K of this. This movie is devastating, and it's crazy that, you know, we don't learn about this stuff in high school. Real American history that like gets not even glossed over. I didn't even hear about this like growing up, but it's very important history to know. And yeah, this film is devastating. Then we have Stanley Kubrick's first genuinely good movie, and that is The Killing. Not a masterpiece like most of his filmography will eventually be, but The Killing is solid. Really cool heist thriller type of thing. So we go from Kubrick to Scorsese to Kubrick back to Scorsese with the king of comedy. I liked this movie a lot. Kind of overlooked as far as his filmography goes, but I would love a 4K of this. De Niro is great in this, and then Jerry Lewis is also just really funny in this as well. Joker is like a combination of this movie and Taxi Driver, essentially. So seeing like the parts in this movie that translated over to Joker that are done better in this movie, interesting to watch. King of Staten Island. I watched this movie, I want to say like 4 or 5 times during COVID. It was probably my favorite movie of that era back then. I don't know how well it would hold up now. I bet I would still probably like it. It's Pete Davidson's best performance, not that he's a great actor or anything, but he's good in this one. He's really funny in this one too. Probably the funniest I've ever seen him. I like Judd Apatow. I like Judd Apatow movies. I need to watch more of them. Love dramedies. That's what Judd Apatow does best. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. This is Shane Black's directorial debut. It's another great not Christmas movie to watch during Christmas. It's the movie that jump-started the revival of Robert Downey Jr.'s career. This movie is so funny, so electric, so energetic. It's so good. You need to watch this if you've never seen Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Season 1. This is a very new release. I loved this season of television. So good. Like, you wouldn't expect like anything in the world of Game of Thrones to be wholesome. This is very wholesome. And I love the dynamic between Dunk and Egg. I can't wait to see where seasons 2 and 3 go. I know that George R.R. Martin has written like 2 more books, so at least the next 2 seasons should be good. He says he has ideas for like all the way out to like 14, 15 seasons, which is insane. But you know, if that ends up happening and they end up being great, I'm all for it. Even though I kind of got spoiled for how his story ends, so I don't know if it'll always stay wholesome. But I love this season of television. It's the best season of television of this year so far. Knives Out 4K Steelbook. This is one of the cooler 4K Steelbooks I love how Lionsgate likes to do these cool Easter eggs. Oh look, if you put it backwards, it's the killer. He's right there. Yeah, I'm pretty hit or miss with Rian Johnson. I really liked this one. Didn't really... I mean, I thought Glass Onion was fine, and I didn't really vibe with Wake Up Dead Man at all. But yeah, this first Knives Out movie, solid. Really good. Kong, Skull Island. Fun, schlocky monster fun. Great, cool colors. Looks awesome in 4K. Gotta pick it up. Kubo and the Two Strings. This was the first Leica movie I ever saw in theaters. Had a weird experience with that particular screening, which, I don't know, might have soured this movie a little bit for me and how I perceived it. I'm sure I would like it a little bit more now. And then we have the Kung Fu Panda trilogy. I haven't seen 4, because, I don't know, why would you trade the Furious 5 for Aquafina? But these first 2 in particular, peak animation. And 3 is good too. I love the Kung Fu Panda movies. Moving on to the L's now. we've got La La Land. Undeniably one of the best looking movies I've ever seen. The themes that this movie represents with, you know, moving to LA to break into showbiz, that doesn't resonate with me as much as it used to. Because now we live in 2026 and we have movies like Obsession and Backrooms and Digital Circus. And, you know, people from anywhere, from any walk of life can make it into the industry and be successful. So moving to LA to dropping everything to move to LA just doesn't really gravitate with me anymore. But like, regardless, like the story here, the romance between these two, it's excellent. It's devastating and visually just gorgeous. I need to upgrade this to 4K because I was gifted this. This was free and now I can just get that 4K upgrade once it's cheap. Lady Bird, the directorial debut of Greta Gerwig. I watched this, I want to say a year or two ago. I rewatched it. It held up for me. I still really like this movie. I thought I wouldn't like it as much second go around, but I still thought it was excellent. So, yeah, good on you, Greta. Haven't seen Little Women, did not like Barbie, very concerned about your Narnia movie, but Lady Bird was great. Lake Mungo, a movie that Stuckman himself created the cult following for. I think I imported this. This is the second sight Blu-ray. And this is a really effective mockumentary horror film from Australia. And I showed this to a buddy of mine and it scared the shit out of him. Such an awesome movie. If you've never seen Lake Mungo, highly recommend it. The Land Before Time. Peak childhood movie right here. I love dinosaurs. They're my favorite thing ever. And this was my definitive dinosaur movie growing up. And all of the direct-to-video movies that, you know, came after this that were nowhere near as good as this. But, oh, yeah. I have a very near and dear relationship to The Land Before Time. Don Bluth, please make another movie. Last Night in Soho. This is a horror movie that Edgar Wright made that was really good, that I've only seen once. Really need to rewatch it again. Anya Taylor-Joy was great, and the other girl, Thomasin McKenzie, she was really good in it too. Lawrence of Arabia in 4K. This is like a must-watch for anybody that loves movies. I need to see this on the big screen at some point in my life. My Aunt Wendy, she's got a very funny story about this. Very similar to how I saw Dune for the first time. She saw this at the local theater at the time. Did not get any drink and watched a movie about a guy in the desert for nearly over 3 hours. And she was so freaking thirsty the whole time. And she hates this movie because of that. It's so damn funny because like this is a masterpiece. A League of Their Own. I enjoyed this. This was a good little sports movie about one of the very first like female baseball teams. It was good. It was really good. Tom Hanks plays a drunk baseball player who's coaching them. It's funny. I enjoyed it. I would definitely watch it again. The Legend of Hay. This is a Chinese animated movie. Like most Chinese animated movies, very dense lore that doesn't hold your hand at all. And it's cool because it like takes classic Chinese mythology and puts it into like modern times. Interesting stuff there with that idea. I'm all for it. And then they made a sequel, The Legend of Hay 2, and I enjoyed it probably a little bit more. I thought the villain was a little underwhelming with the second movie, but I'm all for a third movie. I hope it happens, and it probably will. And then we have the Lego movie, The Matrix for Kids. This was very inspiring for me when I first saw it, and I need to watch it again. I probably need to upgrade it to 4K as well. And then the Lego Movie 2, the second part. This is the last of the Warner Brothers era of Lego movies. Not as good by any means, but I still liked this one. This one was more about like siblings, and the first one was more about relationships between like father and son, as well as, you know, the other two Warner Brothers Lego movies, including the Lego Batman movie, but also about father and son relationships, as well as the Lego Ninjago movie, which I don't have. From what I understand, it was like that too. Les Miserables. I really like this adaptation. A lot of people don't. Now granted, I've never seen Les Mis on stage, so that's probably why people think, anyone who has seen it on stage probably hates this movie, because there's a lot of close-up shots, and apparently Les Mis is supposed to be a much more grand thing. I mean, I think this was grand enough. There's some pretty white exteriors in this movie too. Hugh Jackman's really good. Russell Crowe can't sing very well in this movie, but I still thought he was good enough as that character of Javert. Yeah, I like Les Mis. And Anne Hathaway won an Oscar. She got a lot of hate for it. I thought she was decent in the movie. Let's Start a Cult. This is a movie starring Stavros Halkias, one of the better stand-up comedians working today. He is so fucking funny in this movie. I am very glad that this got a physical release because it's such a small little film that has such a niche audience. And he's so funny, and I wanted to support it. Letters from Iwo Jima. This is the other film that was tied to Flags of Our Fathers that Clint Eastwood did. This is the Japanese side of World War II. Again, haven't quite seen it yet because I just haven't had the time to do that double feature that I want to do. Licorice Pizza from Paul Thomas Anderson. I really liked this when it came out. I still think I would probably like it. Another dramedy. Kind of a hangout movie. I like hangout movies. Life of Pi. One of my favorite movies of all time. Visually stunning film. I have the 4K and the 3D, and kept the 3D disc because it has like the multiple things here. But stunning to look at on a big screen. Light of the World. This is a 2D animated movie that came out last year about the story of Jesus. I think this is a great storytelling piece for kids to learn about the life of Christ. They do a really interesting storytelling device where they make John the Beloved a kid in this movie to make it more relatable to kids, and I thought that was great. The animation was very competently done. It's not like The Prince of Egypt or anything, but like I thought it was a solid movie. The Lighthouse. Robert Eggers, out of his damn mind, making one of the craziest indie horrors ever with Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe. I love the cinematography of this film. It does not hold your hand at all. You have to like definitely come up with your own interpretation of what this film is about and what it means and everything. I should look into getting the 4K, but I know it would screw up with my shelves because that thing is massive. That's why I was just stuck with this Blu-ray so far. Lilo and Stitch. I have two versions of this movie. I have the 4K version, and then I have the original Blu-ray version that involves Lilo crawling into a dryer. Because I will be damned if I watch Lilo crawl into a freaking pizza box or a desk with a pizza box. No. We all hid in the dryer as kids. It's not safe, but we all did it, okay? Fuck you, Disney. Why are you censoring your shit? Lincoln from Steven Spielberg. Great performance from Daniel Day-Lewis as Abraham Lincoln. And yeah, maybe just an underrated classic from the man himself. I watched this on President's Day when I first saw it. Definitely a good choice. Lion. I saw this in the theater with my dad. He took me to it because we had nothing going on that day, and I really enjoyed it. Really need to watch it again. Interesting true story about a boy who in India that gets lost and separated from his family, and then eventually gets adopted. Then he grows up in Australia, and then he wants to basically like return to his roots and re-find his family that he lost, and he finds them. Really cool, wholesome story. Then we have The Lion King. Probably the best Disney movie ever made. Spectacular. I was also gifted a 3D copy of this that I have stuck in here as well from my buddy Sidge. Watching a 2D animated movie in 3D is kind of a trip. And I don't know if it's an experience I want to have all the time, but I'm glad that I have the option to. Little Fish. This is a movie that's not talked about very much. It came out during COVID. It was made before COVID, but it like tied into the pandemic very well. Olivia Cook and Jack O'Connell were both really, really good in this movie. Very, honestly, a very devastating end. Definitely need to rewatch this one again. Then we have The Little Rascals Centennial Edition. These are the original short films for all the classic Our Gang cast members. I grew up with the original Little Rascals. My dad showed me the VHSs of them, and I'm really glad that I did, because not a lot of people my age, I think, have really grown to like appreciate the original Little Rascals shorts, and I love these. These are so funny, so good. And then of course we have the 90s Little Rascals. So good. I love this movie so much. Classic. Then we have the very first R-rated movie I ever saw in theaters, and that was Logan. Wrecked me. Might be the best Marvel movie ever made. Deadpool and Wolverine kind of taints that a little bit, but I think this is still perfect on its own right. Then we have Loki Season 1 and Loki Season 2. Hopefully one day I'll be able to meet Tom Hiddleston and get him to sign these. I have a friend that did just recently meet Tom Hiddleston. I was really hoping that she would get them signed for me, but alas, that didn't happen. But this show is awesome. This is like, of all the Marvel Disney Plus shows, this is the best one. Like, I would put this up there with Daredevil in a way, kind of. At least the first season. The first season's great. Then we've got some Looney Tunes stuff. We have Looney Tunes, the Platinum Edition. Yeah, Platinum Edition Volume 1, Looney Tunes Platinum Edition Volume 2, and Looney Tunes Platinum Edition Volume 3. I love Looney Tunes. I had to have some of it in my collection. Haven't watched through all of these, but I will one day. Space Jam. Gotta put this with my Looney Tunes collection. I love Space Jam. I didn't grow up on it. I think I first saw it like in 2021, but like I still vibe with it very heavily, and this 4K is great. I do have some childhood memories of watching Back in Action, however. This is a very hard Blu-ray to find, and I'm really glad that I have it. We have Looper in 4K from Rian Johnson. I liked this. I don't think I loved it, but I still have it. I might need to watch it one more time to decide if I want to keep it or not. And then we have the original Lord of the Rings animated film in Espanol. You have to really do some workarounds when putting this in to put it into English. This is not a good movie, but it's an interesting movie. And I love it for that. Ralph Bakshi did this. The same guy that did Fritz the Cat. Yeah, he did this one too. And then we have Rankin Bass's The Return of the King. Of all the animated Lord of the Rings projects, this one is definitely the worst. Out of all Lord of the Rings projects in general, I think this one's definitely the worst. I don't know what happened with Rankin and Bass on this one, because they did good with The Hobbit, but Return of the King was ass. And then we have the Lord of the Rings trilogy from Peter Jackson. Very quite possibly could be the greatest film trilogy of all time. Gotta have them in 4K. Oh, it would take me way too long to fully appreciate these, but these are some of the best movies I've ever seen, that anybody's ever seen, that were ever made, like peak cinema. And then I also have the Blu-ray set, because this comes with all the bonus features, it's like behind the scenes stuff that are not on the 4Ks for some stupid reason, but there's hours and hours of special features in the Blu-ray. And I got this for a very cheap price, I think. So yeah, and this set looks awesome too. Then we have The Love Bug. I saw this once when I was in elementary school. I don't know why I chose to get this Disney Movie Club exclusive instead of Cool Runnings, but I did. So yeah, I own The Love Bug, but not Cool Runnings. Luke Cage Season 1. I thought Luke Cage was a good show back when it was airing. Season 2 I think I liked better than Season 1. Season 1 was okay. It really lost a lot of steam about halfway through when they chose to kill off a very big character. But yeah, I still own this because I was getting this back when I was collecting every Marvel thing ever. And I'm glad that I still have it, because these are pretty hard to find, I think. Then we have Lupin III, The Castle of Cagliostro. This is the cinematic feature-length film debut of Hayao Miyazaki, and it's one of his best. I love this movie. And I'm like a very casual Lupin III fan. This has 2 different dubs on here, I believe. But yeah, this got me into Lupin III, and I'm not like a massive fan of Lupin III, but I still really enjoy that franchise, and I check out some of their movies every now and then whenever they come out. And then speaking of Lupin III, and then wrapping up the L's, we have Lupin III the First. This is the 3D CGI animated version of Lupin III. Nowhere near as good as Castle of Cagliostro, but still really cool. I think it came out around the tail end of COVID, and this is a sweet little steelbook. Moving on to the M's now, even though I need to put the L's away. So actually I'm gonna pause it. The Machine with Bert Kreischer. Very stupid comedy, but like, I was really into Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura for a time. And seeing this movie in the theater with my shirt off, Such a fun memory. Mad God from Phil Tippett. This movie took 30 years for him to make in his spare time. Basically, literally getting his demons out, I guess. This is insane. Like, really trippy, horrifying stuff. And kind of wish that it got like a Best Animated Feature nom, but I knew we'd never would get it. Then we've got the Mad Max Anthology. This is everything from the original film up to Fury Road in 4K. And I got this for an amazing price. I think I got this for like less than $20. So all 4 Mad Max movies for less than like $5 a piece. Steal. And I love all of these. Like, even beyond Thunderdome. Like, George Miller is just one of the best filmmakers to ever live. And I really hope that he's able to make that one last Mad Max movie. Then I also have Fury Road in 3D, and I think I also have the black and chrome edition as well. Yes, I also have the black and chrome edition too. So 3 different versions I have of Mad Max Fury Road. Madagascar. Classic DreamWorks. Animals getting into some goofy shenanigans. Gotta love Madagascar. Mandy, acid trip horror movie with Nicolas Cage. This was the movie that kind of brought him back from the brink. Like, he was only doing crappy movies for a very long time because he was just figuring out how to solve out his debts and everything. And this is like the first like art house project that he took on after doing a bunch of crap that like put his name really back on the map. And yeah, Mandy's awesome. Crazy, bloody good time. And here's a cool set of releases. We have Marble Hornets Season 1, Marble Hornets Season 2, and Marble Hornets Season 3, all signed by the original creator of Marble Hornets. If you don't know what this is a web series that came out on YouTube back in the early 2010s about Slender Man. And it's the definitive take on Slender Man, in my opinion. Really cool found footage horror series. Would recommend checking out. It's like a prelude to the Backrooms, if you will. Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. What a cute, wholesome indie film that was based off of a short on YouTube. I'm really glad that A24 gave this guy, what's his name, Dean Fleischer Camp, the opportunity to make this feature film. It's a cute little mockumentary. Marriage Story from Noah Baumbach, or Divorce Story, if you want to call it that. Very sad, but very, very well done movie with Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver going through a divorce. The Martian. I saw this recently for the first time. I loved it. I loved the realism of science that went into this story. And I kind of missed it when Project Hail Mary came out. I really hope that for Project Hail Mary we get that director's cut, that rumored director's cut that delves a little bit more into the science, because that movie was awesome, and it could be even more awesome. Marty Supreme. This was my favorite movie of last year. Favorite Safdie Brothers movie. Favorite A24 movie. Chalamet should have won the Oscar. Like, cool, good for you, Michael B. Jordan, but Chalamet should have won the Oscar for this movie. This was such a good movie. An excellent subversion of the underdog sports drama. Just so chaotic and so anxiety-inducing in the best possible way. Mass. I saw this one fairly recently too. This was another COVID movie. One-room movie about 2 sets of parents. One of their kids killed the other kid in a school shooting. A very powerful film about families reconciling with grief, essentially. Yeah, if you just want to wreck yourself, but also be blown away by a very powerful screenplay, go ahead and watch Mass. The Matrix. Classic sci-fi movie. Changed action movies forever. I have the original one in 4K, and then I have the other 4 Matrix movies in this little combo case here. So we have Matrix Reloaded, Matrix Revolutions, and the Animatrix. Of all of these, I would only want to watch the original or the Animatrix. Got the Maze Runner trilogy. These were some of my favorite movies growing up. Dylan O'Brien is a great actor, and these movies are kind of mid, but like Dylan O'Brien gives it his all in these movies and everything else he's in. Hopefully he gets some awards recognition one day. Meet the Robinsons. This was fun. Very underrated Disney movie because it came out in just their weird experimental era where people just kind of wanted to disregard everything that came out in that era. But Meet the Robinsons was a good one. That was a gem. Megamind. This movie has aged very well. It kind of came out before the big superhero boom, but it does a great job at like ripping on like superheroes and all that. Memories of a Murder. This is one of Bong Joon-ho's very first movies. It's really like the movie that really put him on the map. I need to definitely rewatch this one soon. I don't think I appreciated it as much as I should have the first time that I watched it. So yeah, very overdue for a rewatch on Memories of a Murder. Memento, the movie that put Christopher Nolan on the map. And I think it's a masterpiece. His second movie he ever made is a masterpiece. And at a very small budget. Blew my mind narratively. He already started experimenting with time very early in his career in nonlinear storytelling. Yeah. Needs a 4K. We have Millennium Actress. I think this is the first Satoshi Kon movie in my collection. I have all but one of his movies and projects in steelbook form. And Millennium Actress is just such a great, heartwarming film of his. This guy was a prodigy, and we lost him way too soon. Minari. I think this was my favorite movie of the COVID era. I just have a big soft spot for movies about the American dream and farming because I was raised on a farm. My sister really likes the soundtrack for this movie, so she wanted to watch it, and I don't think she liked the movie as much as the soundtrack, unfortunately. I need to watch this movie again. I don't think I've seen it since early COVID days. Mirai from Mamoru Hosoda. This was the very first anime movie I ever saw in theaters. And it was a great one to see in theaters. This is probably his most personal film I think he's ever made. Because I think he named his daughter Mirai. But it's a great movie about family and family history. And yeah, if you're into genealogy at all, like this is just a really sweet, wholesome, trippy kind of movie that you should definitely check out. Misery, the movie that won Kathy Bates an Oscar, and for a while she was like the only person to win an Oscar in the horror genre. Yeah, Kathy Bates is great, James Caan is great, one of the best Stephen King adaptations ever made. We've got some Mission Impossible movies. We have the original Mission Impossible, Mission Impossible 3. I do not own Mission Impossible 2 because that movie sucks. Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, Mission Impossible Fallout, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, and then the final film, which I conveniently forgot to grab, Mission Impossible The Final Reckoning. So Part 2 is just called The Final Reckoning now. I love the Mission Impossible franchise. They all vary in quality to me. My favorite is probably Fallout. Tom Cruise has a death sentence, or a death wish, not a death sentence. And it's honestly kind of crazy that he made out of these movies alive. The Mitchells versus the Machines. I am so glad that this got a physical release from Sony. This came out literally like right around the time where I decided that I didn't really want to do filmmaking anymore. Obviously, I still kind of want to be involved a little bit, but this is when I kind of decided I didn't really want to do it. So yeah, in that way, this is kind of a bittersweet movie to me, but it's such a fun and energetic and inspiring movie as well, and I enjoy the hell out of it. I kind of wish that it got a 4K release. Moana, 4K Steelbook. Some of the best colors ever put to animation, and this is a fun story too. I don't know why we're getting a live-action remake when it's going to be the exact same thing, copy and paste. Disney sucks. The original will always be good. Why fix what ain't broke? Monsters, Inc., classic Pixar, top tier Pixar, great buddy duo with Mike and Sully. And then I also have Monsters University, not as good, but I still very enjoyable movie for sure. Monsters vs. Aliens, another classic DreamWorks movie, very memeable. Mother from Darren Aronofsky. Him basically just doing a weird, trippy horror take on his personal religious views. I find it very fascinating. I remember liking it at the time that I saw it. I don't know if I would like it now. Might need to rewatch this one pretty soon. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. The best stupid comedy movie ever made. 5 stars, easily. So stupid. Love it so much. Have it on 4K Steelbook of all things. Mr. Bean's Holiday. I said earlier, I love Rowan Atkinson, and Mr. Bean is the peak of his entire career. This movie is so freaking funny. And like everything involving Willem Dafoe in this movie is also just hilarious as well. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. A great performance from Jimmy Stewart. Great direction from Frank Capra as well, before both of them teamed up to do It's a Wonderful Life. If you're interested in like politics at all, this is a great integral movie about how the legislative system works. Very great movie. Mrs. Doubtfire. I did not grow up with this movie, but when I did see it, I loved it. And R.I.P. Robin Williams, you were so funny in this. Mulan, one of the best Disney animated movies. It's from the Renaissance era. I need to get more of the Renaissance movies. I don't have too many of them, actually. So, but I do have Mulan, and I do like this slipcover a lot. The live-action remake sucks. Mulholland Drive from David Lynch. This is the 4K from Criterion. I remember thinking that I really liked this movie when I first saw it. I need to watch it again. I need to watch more David Lynch movies in general. I can't remember what the overall themes of this movie were supposed to be. I might have just thought I really liked it, just as like a way to be like, oh, I'm cool, I'm hip, I know movies, you know? But, yeah, maybe I should, like, actually watch this again and see if I actually do really like Mulholland Drive. We have a bumper box set of Muppets movies. So this includes the original Muppets movie, the 2010s Muppets movie, Muppets Most Wanted, and then it also has The Great Muppet Caper, Muppet Treasure Island, and Muppet Christmas Carol. Honestly, I'm here mostly just for the original Muppets movie and Muppet Christmas Carol. I also like Muppet Treasure Island. The other 3 I could take or leave. And honestly, the 2010s ones I definitely could leave. I think the Muppets kind of shouldn't have made it past the 90s. I think Disney's just milking this franchise dry, unfortunately, but that's just what they do. Then I also have the Muppets Take Manhattan. This is probably the one that I watched the most as a kid, and it wasn't included in that box set. This one I think has been distributed by Sony, so Disney does not have ownership of this one. And there's also a 4K of this one out there. Don't know if I'll necessarily get it, but yeah, I wanted to have this movie in some capacity. My Life as a Zucchini. I think this is a French animated movie. Pretty sad at times, but also like pretty charming as well. I remember liking this a lot when I saw it. I need to watch it again. Lastly, we have My Neighbor Totoro, one of the best Studio Ghibli films ever made, one of the best animated films ever made. Oh, peak. I'm fried. Okay, moving on to the ends now. We've got Nacho Libre. This is my dad's favorite movie of all time. He basically wants to watch it all the time, either like on Christmas or Father's Day, his birthday. Say, hey, let's watch Nacho Libre. I'm all for it. I love that. And I'm the one that introduced it to him, too, so I feel great about it. Then we've got Napoleon Dynamite, another Jared Hess movie. He made this before he made Nacho Libre. Great encapsulation of what it's like just to live and grow up in the Western mountain states. Such a funny movie. Then we have Nadia, Secret of Blue Water. I put this after Napoleon Dynamite because it just appeases my OCD more to just keep 2 Jared Hess movies that start with the letter N together instead of like actually going with alphabetical this time. But this is done by Hideaki Anno. He did this before he did Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's like an isekai of sorts, kind of based on like Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea type of stuff, with Atlantis and all that stuff. I thought it was fine. I wasn't too crazy about it. This was a blind buy, and I thought Future Boy Conan, I also blind bought that too, and I thought that was a masterpiece. This didn't quite live up to the masterpiece that was Future Boy Conan, but yeah, I'll still keep it. I think if I have daughters ever, they might enjoy this movie. Show. Okay, I might need to take a break after the ends and shoot the rest tomorrow, because like I'm fried. National Treasure. Love this movie. Nicolas Cage is great. National Treasure 2. Nicolas Cage is also great. He doesn't really go full Cage in either of these. He goes a little bit crazy in the second one, but these are just fun family action movies. Natural Born Killers. This is the theatrical and director's cut in like this the Blue Lux case. These are kind of hard to find, but I found this at a 7-Eleven for like less than $10. So this is a weird movie too, from Oliver. It's Oliver Stone directed, Quentin Tarantino written. Nothing quite like it. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. This is but done by the studio that would eventually become Studio Ghibli. So it's like their unofficial first film. I think it's one of their best, for sure. Only true sci-fi Ghibli movie they ever did. And I wish that they would do more. Nebraska from Alexander Payne. Same guy that did The Holdovers. The Holdovers is better than Nebraska, but this is still just a weird, dry comedy that I enjoyed. Then we have what might be my most expensive thing in my collection. Neon Genesis Evangelion, the Collector's Edition. This includes the OG dub. Like, includes the Netflix dub, the OG dub, and the sub. It's got everything. And this, I think, is... I bought this for around $200. I think used, it's around $500 now. Brand new, it's worth $600. And so I'm really glad that I got this while it was still in print, because this is the only way to legally own the OG dub in HD. So, yeah, keeping this forever. And we've got some more Evangelion stuff. We have Evangelion 1.1 of the rebuilds. This one's called You Are Not Alone. This is literally just a retelling of episodes 1 through 6 of the original show with better redone animation. Nothing too much to write home about this one. This was worth a lot of money for a little while because it was out of print. Then we have Evangelion 2, You Cannot Advance, I think is what it's called. Yeah, You Cannot Advance. This is the one where the rebuild starts to break the timeline and start to do alternate stuff. I like this one. Shinji actually mans up a little bit around the end of it. So that was cool. Then we have the third movie, Evangelion You Cannot Redo. Goes further down the rebuild timeline. You know, so these ones that I have here are the Funimation releases. It might be worth more now, because like Funimation, I think, has their own dub, and then Amazon redubbed them again. Still with the OG cast for the most part. Rei is played by a different person in the Funimation dubs, but like I think Funimation had like better written dialogue. So that's why these might be a little more sought after. I should look at the prices for these. And then we have the final, I don't know if you can see the title on here, but this is the final Evangelion rebuild film, Thrice Upon a Time. This is the best of the rebuilds, I think. The animation goes crazy in this one. And this is the one that Amazon picked up the distribution for, so Amazon did their own dub for this one, and then redid the dubs for the first three. I think the original show, and especially like the end of Evangelion movie, are like the definitive versions of Evangelion. But the rebuilds are a cool companion piece to have. I'm glad that I have them. Newsies. I watched this a few times in elementary school growing up. Christian Bale doing a musical, and then it eventually became a Broadway musical. This was like a filmed musical first before it ever went to Broadway. So it's a good movie. I really enjoy this one. The Nice Guys from Shane Black, the spiritual sequel to Kiss Kiss Bang Bang with Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling. So funny. I need to rewatch this. Night at the Museum with Ben Stiller. I only have the first one, haven't seen the other two, but I like this movie a lot. I liked it a lot growing up as a kid. And I just never saw the other two. I probably should have. And this one's cool. Nightcrawler. Finally got a 4K release. Got that Shout Factory Steelbook. Desperately need to rewatch this. Such a just grimy, cool crime thriller that I love. Jake Gyllenhaal is so good. He should have got an Oscar nom for this movie. Then we have Nightmare Alley. I used to have the standard edition when it came out, when Disney put that out, and then Criterion eventually released the director's cut, which is in black and white, which I still have not yet seen. But I remember this being one of my favorite Guillermo del Toro movies. And I think the only one that I might like more than Nightmare Alley is Pan's Labyrinth. I definitely need to check out this director's cut. The Nightmare Before Christmas. This is a perfect animated movie. One of the best animated movies ever made, I think. I still don't have the 4K, but I do have the 3D. From what I understand, the 4K had some issues with the PS5 players, so I kind of held off on getting it. I need to look and see if they might have fixed those problems with re-releases, but I do intend to eventually get that on 4K. 9 Days. When I was in film school, everybody that I was in film school with was raving about this film. This is a criminally overlooked film that came out during the COVID era. It was a Sundance film. Winston Duke and Zazie Beetz and Benedict Wong and Bill Skarsgård are so good in this. It was shot in Utah, and oh man, it's just a profound film. I love it. Definitely delves into like the meaning of life and like, you know, pre-existence and mortality and what have you. Such a good movie. Ninja Scroll. Stuckman used to call this one Blood and Boobs, 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 Blood and Boobs, Boobs, Boobs. I saw this for the very first time in theaters. It got a re-release a couple years ago, and it was awesome. Really violent, very over-the-top movie. Saw it with my buddy Ted, and I recently found this at a decent price. It was like, I want to say $8 on Amazon, so I snagged it. No Country for Old Men. Oh, top tier Coen Brothers movie. I need to delve more into Cormac McCarthy's work as well. I need to watch The Road. I need to read Blood Meridian, but this is an incredibly dark and just a vibe of a movie. I'm really glad that Criterion put out their own version of it. And this is a Best Picture winning film. I respect that it won Best Picture, but I also respectfully think it should have gone to There Will Be Blood. I think There Will Be Blood is a little bit better. Nobody with Bob Odenkirk. Bob Odenkirk going on his one-man battle against the bad guys, and I love it. I haven't seen the second one. Bob Odenkirk, I'll just watch anything that man is in because he's my boy, Saul Goodman. Nope, from Jordan Peele. This movie was sweet. At the time, I think I didn't like it as much as Us. Us was my favorite for a while. Now I think it is better than Us. And I don't know if I like it more than Get Out, but I very well could. The IMAX stuff is incredible, especially like the nighttime shots. Noroi the Curse. Found out about this movie fairly recently, around the tail end of last October. Very, very creepy found footage horror film. Definitely worth looking into. Shook me to my core a little bit. Finally, for the ends, we have The Northman. This is my favorite Robert Eggers movie. It's basically the story that Hamlet was based on. So it's a direct adaptation of the story that Hamlet was based on. So yeah, you've seen this type of story plenty of times before, but I think this is a very, very fresh take on it. And it's done basically more true to the story than any other adaptation, I think. So definitely watch The Northman if you've never seen it. I'm just gonna power through the O's real quick just because I don't have a whole lot of them, and then I'll just film the rest tomorrow. Starting off, we have Oculus from what's his name? Mike Flanagan. That's who directed Oculus. Really cool horror movie about like a demon inside of a mirror. Conjuring Last Rites kind of stole the premise of this movie. It gets a little messy around the end, but overall I still really like Oculus. Very creepy horror movie. Old Yeller, Disney Movie Club exclusive. I am so glad that I have this. Old Yeller was a staple of my childhood growing up, and it's soul-crushing, genuinely soul-crushing, traumatic film. Yeah, I'm really glad that I got this, because it's probably really hard to find now. And here's a movie that every film lover should see once in their lifetime, Old Boy from Park Chan-wook. This movie is mind-blowing. The twists and turns that this thing takes, dude, I'm not the biggest fan of Park Chan-wook. I think he's a little overrated, but this one is it. It lives up to all the hype. And you're definitely going to want to take a shower after seeing it. Only Yesterday, a little bit of an overlooked Studio Ghibli movie from Isao Takahata. It's another coming-of-age one. A little bit more realistic, of course. as more often than not, Issa Takahata likes to be. I think it's a little bit too niche in what it's going for my personal taste, but I still respect it a lot, and it was good enough that I'd want to keep it. Onward, the final original movie to come out immediately before COVID hit. And because of COVID happening, this movie totally bombed at the box office. This was like the last movie I saw before everything shut down. And, it was still a packed theater, and there was rumblings, and everyone was talking about how this virus has already hit. And, we were all still there. We were all still hanging out. And then a week later, they dropped this on Disney+. So this was the beginning of the end, I think, for Pixar, unfortunately. But I love this movie. I really vibe with, like, the brother relationship they got going on here. Remind me a lot of my relationship with my brothers. This guy here, I think his name's Ian, voiced by Chris Pratt. I vibe hardcore with that guy. I am that brother, for sure. Then we have Best Picture winning film, Oppenheimer. One of Christopher Nolan's best, if not his best, outside of The Dark Knight, maybe. Might be better than The Dark Knight. I got this special super duper edition here. It folds out, has a lot of really cool art on it. Oh, my tickets are falling out. Oh man, but such a cool release. And I wanted to preserve it. I'll always keep this. But recently, I got the standard edition because I was worried about the disc inside of that one getting scratched. And now that I've dropped it, maybe this one's already been scratched. Hopefully not. But Oppenheimer is a masterpiece. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. My favorite hangout movie of all time. Quentin Tarantino's second best, in my opinion. At least it was back when I was really wanting to pursue filmmaking. I'm sure I would feel the same about it today. DiCaprio, Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt is so funny in this. And Margot Robbie's great. And I can't wait for the spin-off continuation, The Adventures of Cliff Booth. That's going to be directed by David Fincher, so I really can't wait to see what a Quentin Tarantino script directed by David Fincher is going to look like. Sounds awesome. I can't wait. 1 hour photo with Robin Williams being a total creep in this movie. I'd seen him be a creep before in Insomnia, but he really takes it up to the next level here with 1 hour photo. Truly terrifying performance from him. Really, really effective thriller. Ordinary World, starring Billy Joe Armstrong of Green Day. I used to be a big Green Day fan in high school, and when I saw that he was going to be in a movie, I was like, oh, that looks fun. It's a nice little heartwarming dramedy. Again, I love dramedies, and this might have sparked my love for dramedies in a weird way. Nobody talks about this film, nor I don't blame them. It's a very niche movie, but I enjoy it. I put it on every now and then. I don't really care for Billy Joe Armstrong or Green Day as much nowadays, but, this will still hold a special place in my heart for when I did. Lastly, for the O's, we have The Others 4K Criterion set. This came out around the same time as The Sixth Sense, PG-13 ghost story, crazy twist at the end. So I got a lot of criticism back in the day about being too similar to The Sixth Sense. Take that with you, don't look into it too hard, but if you haven't seen it. But I really like The Others. Solid gothic horror film. Okay, we're back at it again. This time we got the P's. First one on the P's is Pacific Rim. This is probably Guillermo del Toro's goofiest movie. I enjoy it. I have a 3D copy here. Worth watching and having in 3D for sure. And then we have Guillermo del Toro's best movie, which is Pan's Labyrinth. I have the Criterion edition, just the Blu-ray. From what I understand, this Blu-ray version is better than the standard 4K. Maybe Criterion will put out their own 4K here pretty soon. Then we have Panic Room from David Fincher. This took a while to get a non-DVD release. It went straight from DVD to 4K. It skipped Blu-ray entirely as a format. But Panic Room is a fun little thriller. Self-contained, one location. If you like those type of thrillers, this is up your alley. Then we have another one from Satoshi Kon, Paprika. This is a gorgeous movie. This was the final film that he ever made before he unfortunately passed. And yeah, he went out with a bang. Every movie he ever made was a total banger, and Paprika is no exception. And then the one TV show that he also did was Paranoia Agents. This is a very hard steelbook to find from what I understand. So I'm really lucky that I own this one in steelbook format. I'm not the biggest fan of this show per se, but I'm really glad that I own it just, to complete his entire filmography. Paranorman. This is a movie that I really enjoy. I have a 3D copy, as you can see. I haven't watched it in 3D. I'm sure it plays really well in 3D though. Parasite in 4K from Bong Joon-ho. Best picture winning film. One of the best movies of this entire century, I think. So good that I have a second version. I have the Criterion Blu-ray edition for all the special features that do not come on this. And then we have Paths of Glory from Stanley Kubrick. I think this is his very first masterpiece. He did two movies that were just okay, then he did one movie that was good, and then this was his first full-on masterpiece. Excellent war movie, excellent anti-war movie, phenomenal performance from Kirk Douglas as well as a supporting cast. Check out Paths of Glory if you're a film historian. Then we have the Peanuts Holiday Collection in 4K nonetheless. That's crazy that this came out in 4K. But this comes with It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, and a Charlie Brown Christmas. Might come with a few more. I don't know off the top of my head, but you gotta pop these in every holiday season for sure. Then we have the Peanuts movie, the one that came out last decade. This was great. I loved it. I love Charlie Brown. I love the Peanuts. Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Criterion 4K. I'm really glad that this movie got a freaking Criterion 4K. This might be my favorite Tim Burton movie, in all honesty. It's so freaking funny. I love Pee-wee Herman. Then we have Penguin Highway. This is a fun little coming-of-age anime movie for boys specifically. My best comparison for this movie is this is Whisper of the Heart, but for boys. A lot of the coming-of-age aspects geared way more towards men than women. That would be with Whisper of the Heart, so. Not as good as Whisper of the Heart, though. Then we have Satoshi Kon's magnum opus, his directorial debut in Perfect Blue. Holy crap. This movie is absolutely insane, and it's absolutely perfect. Darren Aronofsky owes his entire career to this movie. So if you like his movies, and you want to see what made him the person he is, watch Perfect Blue, and you'll be blown away. The Perfect Game. Not too many people I know talk about this movie. This is sort of a family childhood classic of mine. Me and my siblings reminisce about this movie a lot, just about a little league baseball team from Mexico coming over to the States and winning the championship. So really cool real life story. Persepolis. This is an animated film about a woman that grew up in Iran and dealing with all the messed up authoritarianism that eventually came with that country and how she got out of there, essentially. Really personal, really interesting animated movie. Check this out. Peter Pan, classic Disney movie. And they came out with this the 70th anniversary slipcover, which I had to get. It has the original poster artwork for it. Pete's Dragon, another one of those Disney live action remakes that one of the few that's actually good and worth your time. Differs drastically from the original. And I'm not the biggest fan of the original, that's why I don't own it, but I did really like this one. Pig, starring Nicolas Cage. This is kind of like a weird, more personal, more soulful type of John Wick movie. Not an action movie by any means, it's more of a drama, but it has a lot of similarities with John Wick of all movies. If you like culinary arts, if you like weird underground city lore, and you like Nicolas Cage, this is your movie. Oh, here's one that needs a Criterion. Pink Floyd The Wall, in Espanol. Actually, no, this is a Spanish release. I remember importing this from Spain. But it plays in Region A, and it's the English version of the film. But yeah, holy crap. Eye-opening film. I really wasn't a Pink Floyd fan before I saw this film, and then it really won me over while I was watching it. And then since I've watched this film, I've gone on to become a bigger Pink Floyd fan. I love Dark Side of the Moon. That's probably my favorite album ever. Pinocchio, classic Disney movie, one of their very first and still one of their very best. We got the Pirates of the Caribbean collection. This is all 5 movies. I got this for a super cheap deal. I think it was less than $20 for all 5. And I've seen the first 3. I haven't seen 4 or 5. But those first 3 alone, I think, was worth the price. Planet Earth, probably my favorite nature documentary of all time. Gorgeous, gorgeous documentary. Needs a 4K upgrade. I believe Planet Earth 2 has a 4K, but the original Planet Earth does not. Needs to happen. Then we've got the Planet of the Apes prequel trilogy. So it has Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, and War for the Planet of the Apes. One of the best movie trilogies of all time. Caesar is just such a great character to follow. And I also have Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes 4K Steelbook. I liked this movie too. I honestly would maybe put it on par with Rise. For whatever reason, I guess they're abandoning this whole story that they set up with this one. I don't know why the hell they're choosing to do that. I think this movie was leading towards something good, and now they're just throwing it away. That could be an L for Disney, amongst many L's for Disney. Platoon, one of the best Vietnam War movies ever made. Charlie Sheen is great in this. Oliver Stone bringing his real life experiences that he had in Vietnam and putting it into this movie. Very fascinating watch. Then we've got the original Pokemon movies, the first 3 fun guilty pleasure movies for me. They're not like high cinema, high art or anything, but I do enjoy me a good classic Pokemon movie every now and then. And then there's Detective Pikachu. I wasn't too big on this movie, but I enjoyed it well enough, and I was gifted this movie for free, so yeah, I'll keep it. Then we got one of the very first 3D Blu-rays ever made. We have the Polar Express in 3D with this cool lenticular. Need to watch it in 3D. I've actually never seen it in 3D. My buddy Sidge, who has his 3D setup and TV, we're probably gonna have to watch this around Christmas time this year. Polytechnique from Denis Villeneuve. Ooh. Horrifying, devastating real-life story about a school shooting that happened at a trade school. I believe it's for all women. Some of the most beautiful cinematography for a tragic event I've ever seen. I've seen the English version of this film. I don't believe I've seen the... Yeah, there's an English and then there's a French-Canadian as well. I've seen the English version of this. Really hard-hitting movie. Pompo the Cinephile. It's a great, fun little anime movie about making movies. Probably the best anime movie about making movies was Millennium Actress that I mentioned earlier. But Pompo the Cinephile is another great one. If anime movies about filmmaking interests you, you should definitely check this out. Ponyo, classic Studio Ghibli. Probably the most wholesome of the Studio Ghiblis, or the most low stakes, just pure childhood happiness type of movie. Then we got Porco Rosso, another Hayao Miyazaki Studio Ghibli movie. I think this might be my least favorite of his movies, but I still think this is a great movie. Like, he's never made a movie below 4 stars. Dub is also really good. Like, Michael Keaton as the main character did a great job. A Prayer Before Dawn. This is a movie that never gets talked about, I think. It's an A24 movie it's a real life story of a guy that got involved with some shady stuff and ended up being locked up in a prison in Cambodia Thailand. Yeah, in Thailand for like a good... I was shot in Cambodia, that's why I got that mixed up. But he gets, stuck in a Thailand prison for a good bit, and he's gets into some boxing matches and stuff. It's a wild experience of a film. And then Prey. This is the only Predator movie, the only Predator sequel that was worth owning for a little while there. I think Killer of Killers is actually even better than Prey. I hope Killer of Killers gets a physical release. But Prey is awesome. Then we have Prehistoric Park on DVD. I really wish this would get a Blu-ray release. This was my childhood right here. This guy, Nigel Marven, going back in time, bringing dinosaurs into a park. That sounds freaking sweet. Kind of like Jurassic Park, but like a little more ethical. And The Prestige, another one of Nolan's best. This is top 3 Nolan for me. One of the craziest plot twists in all of cinema history. The structure of this film plays out just like an actual magic trick, and that's the genius of it. Primal from Genndy Tartakovsky out of season 1 and season 2. Genndy Tartakovsky is a freaking mad genius, one of the goats of animation, and I don't think this is as good as Samurai Jack, but it comes damn near close. I couldn't really get into season 3. I might need to try season 3 again, but season 1 is one of the best seasons of television ever made. Keeping up with the dinosaur theme, we have Primitive War. This is a B movie about some guys out in Vietnam that run into dinosaurs. It's a lot of fun. It's better than like all of the Jurassic World sequels. It actually leans into the horror, which that franchise just doesn't have the balls to do. We have The Prince of Egypt in 4K. One of the best animated movies ever made. Probably the definitive version of the Exodus story. I know the Ten Commandments is also peak, but The Prince of Egypt is just the best way that story has ever been told. Then we have Princess Mononoke. This is my favorite Studio Ghibli movie. Might be my favorite animated movie of all time. It's either that or Akira. The Princess Bride, Criterion 4K. It comes in this awesome like storybook case. But yeah, one of my favorite pieces of packaging I have in my collection. Prisoners from Denis Villeneuve, one of his masterpieces, one of his many masterpieces that he's done. I think this was the first one that he made where I was like, yeah, masterpiece. A lot of people think it's Ensandi. I didn't think Ensandi was quite there, but I do need to give that one a rewatch. Project X. Wild, wild movie. Honestly gives me a lot of the same vibes as the Safdie Brothers movie does. Crazy house party, anxiety-inducing as hell for me. Pulp Fiction. Quite possibly my favorite movie of all time. Quentin Tarantino's best, in my humble opinion. I could watch this movie every single day for the rest of my life and not get sick of it. Then finally for the P's, we have Punch Drunk Love, starring Adam Sandler, directed by Paul Thomas Anderson. This was the first PTA movie I ever watched, and it absolutely did not disappoint. Sandman is so good in this. One of my favorite rom-coms, one of the most unconventional rom-coms ever made. And yeah, absolutely worth watching and owning. Moving on to the quickest section of this video, I have the cues. I only have 4 of these. Just knock this out in one take. Quarantine, this is a remake of Wreck, which I have not seen. Apparently Wreck is much better, but I remember this freaking the crap out of me as a kid. I have a Queen concert. Haven't watched this. It's a DVD, but it's in a Blu-ray type of case. Need to give it a watch. Then we have A Quiet Place 1 and A Quiet Place 2. Both really great movies. I remember really liking Part 2 especially. That was back when theaters were like starting to open back up. I remember like giving that a couple of 5-star reviews on my Letterboxd. I don't know if that holds up. I haven't seen Day 1 yet, but I will be sure to watch that before Part 3 comes out. Okay, moving on to the R's. Starting off, we have Raging Bull. This is the 4K Criterion version of it. Martin Scorsese, Robert De Niro, one of their career bests for each of them. Basically the anti-Rocky, essentially, and based on a real-life story. Then we've got the Rambo collection. This has First Blood Part 2, Rambo 3, and then Rambo 4. Don't have Rambo 5, don't care to get Rambo 5. I might consider just getting 1 and 4 in 4K. Then we have Ran from Akira Kurosawa. This is basically a retelling of King Lear, which isn't one of my favorite Shakespeare stories, but the filmmaking on display here is really just excellent, and this steelbook is very, very gorgeous and very sought after. Then we have the Rankin Bass Christmas Classics. This includes Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Frosty the Snowman, Santa Claus is Coming to Town, Cricket on the Hearth. What's the 5th one? Oh yeah, Little Drummer Boy. Yeah, all great Christmas classics. Apparently they have like a massive collection out there that has like 20-something of these. Might consider getting that one if the price drops. Ratatouille. I didn't see this Pixar movie for a very long time, and then when I did, I fully and completely resonated with it, and it's one of my favorite Pixar movies ever. Brad Bird, I'm very excited for you to keep making movies, even though it's been a very long time since you have. Can't wait for Ray Gunn. We have Ready Player One. I remember back when this came out, I loved it. It was super nerdy and geeky and had everything in it. And we've all become numb to that as a society over the course of the past 8 years since this has come out. So I don't know how well this plays now, but I still like it. I think it's one of the more rewatchable Steven Spielberg movies. Rebel Without a Cause. I have not seen this yet. I've never seen a single James Dean movie. Apparently East of Eden is his best. I don't have that. So I need to watch this, East of Eden, and Giant. I know I gotta do those 3 at least. Red Rocket from Sean Baker. I love Sean Baker. Yeah, I think he deserved Best Director with a Nora. Actually, no, he didn't. It should have been Denis Villeneuve, but he didn't even get nominated. But anyways, I loved Red Rocket. I think Sean Baker's vibe kind of feels like a more nonchalant version of Safdie Brothers' tone, which I'm all for. It's like Safdie Brothers meets Harmony Korine, if that makes sense. Am I making sense? Red Line, crazy, crazy anime movie. A gorgeous, gorgeous animation. And I had to put a red slip sleeve on this because it's just only fitting. It's basically Speed Racer on crack. Remember the Titans, one of the best football movies ever made. Denzel Washington's great, and a young Ryan Gosling stars in this. Requiem for a Dream from Darren Aronofsky, starring one Jared Leto, who nobody likes, but he's good in this one. And this movie is soul-crushing, it's devastating, and it will make you need to take a shower afterwards. Reservoir Dogs from Quentin Tarantino, his directorial debut, and it's still one of his best. I'd give it 5 stars, just like half of his entire filmography. Also, check out the slip sleeve. This is crazy. Pretty gross. The Revenant, the movie that got DiCaprio his Best Acting Oscar. Gorgeous movie from Alejandro Iñárritu. I don't know if DiCaprio should have won from this movie per se, but he deserved an Oscar at some point in his career. And this movie kicks ass. Then we've got Rick and Morty seasons 1 through 3, season 4, and season 5. Haven't really watched past season 5. I sort of fell out with it a little bit. Not because Justin Roiland leaving had anything to do with it, but Dan Harmon specifically, I think his humor just doesn't really match with me anymore. The Road to El Dorado, one of the most underrated DreamWorks movies ever. This is so much fun. I get a real kick out of it every time I watch it. Didn't watch it till I was in my mid-teens, I think. Enjoy the hell out of it every time. Robin Hood from Disney. It's one of Disney's best, in my humble opinion. I recently rewatched this after seeing The Death of Robin Hood, and The Death of Robin Hood has got nothing on the Disney classic. Then we have the Rocky Collection in 4K. This includes all 6 movies, as well as the director's cuts of 4 and 6. I don't think 5 got one. 5 did not get one. So yeah, 4 and 6 include director's cuts that I've never seen, so I gotta get on that someday. Then I also kept the Blu-rays for the Rocky Collection, just cause you never know. The Room, the best worst movie ever made, signed by Tommy Wiseau himself. I keep it in this little container because Tommy Wiseau, being Tommy Wiseau, didn't sign the slip sleeve, he signed the case. So this case has his signature on it, not the inner sleeve. Of course he would make that move. And he also included 2 free pairs of underwear of his, which are really comfortable too, I might add. Rosemary's Baby, Criterion. This is out of print now, I believe. Very hard to find, but it also has been upgraded to 4K since then. Great early horror masterpiece. Lastly, for the R's, we have Run Lola Run. This is a German action type of thriller. Lots of fun. Plays with time. That's as much as I'll say. Just give this a blind watch. You'll like it. Moving on to the longest portion of this video, the S's. Samurai Jack, the complete series. I have the box set, and I have it put in this acrylic case. It was signed by Phil LaMarr himself. This is my favorite animated series of all time. And I hope to get some more of my stuff put in acrylics. But for now, I got Samurai Jack in here. The Sandlot, one of the best baseball movies, sports movies, childhood movies ever made. I freaking love this movie to this day. Perfect movie. The Saratov Approach. This is kind of like Heretic, but done before. It's based on a true story. It's about 2 Mormon missionaries. They get kidnapped in Soviet Russia and held for ransom. Very interesting true story. Pacing isn't as great. as it could be, but still a very great movie. Saving Private Ryan, one of the best war movies ever made. The D-Day sequence is like jaw-dropping still to this day. A Scanner Darkly, this is from Richard Linklater. He was doing these rotoscope animated movies for a little while. He's in like 3 of them, I think. This one's based on a Philip K. Dick novel. Pretty trippy, pretty high concept stuff. I dug it. Schindler's List. Probably, it's one of the most devastating movies ever made. One of the most well-made movies ever made. I don't know if any director will ever have as good of a year as Spielberg did in '93 when Jurassic Park just completely topped the box office and then he won Best Picture with Schindler's List. What a year for him. School of Rock, another Richard Linklater movie with Jack Black. Probably his most mainstream movie. So freaking funny. Love it. Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? The complete series. Childhood. Absolute childhood right here. I also have the new Scooby-Doo movies. Not as a core piece of my childhood as the original series, but I still enjoyed this enough. This is like the cameo series. Scooby-Doo Meet the Boo Brothers. This one was on quite a bit in my household growing up. This one was pretty fun. Have it for nostalgic reasons. Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School. I watched this a couple times growing up. Liked it a lot more back then. It has a big cult following I didn't realize, but still good to have. Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island double feature. Haven't seen the Return to Zombie Island, but the original is one of the best Scooby-Doo movies ever. Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase. This one was so much fun back in the day. I believe this is a part of like the What's New Scooby-Doo timeline, I think. It's that same cast. Then we have the live-action Scooby-Doo movies that were written by James Gunn. These feel like their own thing. I think, like, compared to the tone of normal Scooby-Doo stuff, I feel like this is different, but I still dig it. I still very much dig this tone. Scott Pilgrim versus the World on 4K. Crime, absolute crime that this bombed at the box office. This was so much fun. It still is so much fun. And now it's just become like one of the best cult classics of like the century. Secret World of Arrietty. This was the very first Ghibli film that I ever watched. And I still think it's really good. It still holds up immensely. I wouldn't say it's like top tier Ghibli, but it's still very good. Sense and Sensibility. I got this in the Columbia Classics 4K set volume 2. This is Ang Lee's version of the story. I haven't gotten around to it because period pieces like this just aren't really my thing, but one day I will watch it. Serial Experiments Lane. Wild, trippy concept of an anime. And it's aged very well. Like, this is pre-social media, and it basically predicted social media. 7. This is one of my favorites. I think this is a horror movie. I definitely consider 7 to be a horror movie, and it's one of my favorite horror movies. Top 3 David Fincher, for sure. 7 Samurai from Akira Kurosawa, one of the most important movies ever made. And honestly, one of the best. I need to delve more into Kurosawa. I've only seen this in Ram. Severance Season 1. I love Severance. I think it is the best TV show that is currently airing right now. I hate that we have to wait so long in between seasons, but it's so damn good, and I really want them to release Season 2 on Blu-ray. Shadow. This is a really cool Chinese martial arts movie. Uses minimalist color grading perfectly. Gorgeous, stunning to look at. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. I enjoyed this movie, coming out of COVID anyway. And every time I watched it since, I've enjoyed it as well. When the hell are they going to do anything with this character? We haven't seen this guy in like 5 years. Never even been mentioned once. What's going on with Shang-Chi? Shattered Glass. This hasn't been released in the States, but Australia Imprint Films did release this on Blu-ray. Great, great movie. And if you've ever doubted Hayden Christensen as an actor, you need to watch this because he's actually really freaking good in it. Shawshank Redemption was very overlooked when it came out, but over the years it has garnered probably the biggest fan base ever. And yeah, it's another great movie from 1994 that's one of the best of all time. Yeah, 1994 was the best year for movies for sure. Shazam! It's big, but a superhero movie with Zachary Levi. And I could have had him sign this, but I didn't. But that's okay. I got him to sign American Underdog, so it's okay. Shelby Oaks from Chris Stuckman. I contributed to the Kickstarter campaign for this movie. Put $70 in, $75 in, and I got this special edition Blu-ray as a result. And, you know, the movie was fine. I'm not as big on Stuckman as I used to be, but it's cool that I own a piece of memorabilia that I contributed to making. The Shining. I think this might be Kubrick's best. Like, this movie definitely changed me and how I saw movies after seeing this. Perfect movie. Then we have the Shrek collection. This includes the 4 main movies that have currently been released so far, as well as the very first Puss in Boots, and then it also includes Shrek the Musical, which is its own bag of cringe. I was actually in a production of Shrek the Musical back in high school. It was the very first play I was really ever in. And then I also got to throw in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish right in here. Don't put this in the P's. I just put this right next to the Shrek collection just because the first movie is in that collection. But Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, so freaking good. I think it is on par with the first 2 Shrek movies, maybe. And this is why I love collecting, because I physically own Shrek Retold on Blu-ray. This is one of the best worst movies ever, and it's trying to be that. If you don't know what this is the first movie of Shrek, but every single scene from that movie is remade by a completely different group of fans. And it's so chaotic, and it's abysmal, and it's beautiful. And I can't wait for Shrek 2 Retold. We have Shutter Island. This is another one of those things that Walmart was doing for a while. 4K, Blu-ray, DVD, digital. They did it for some Paramount movies like this, and then some Lionsgate movies. That's why I got Hacksaw Ridge to represent the Lionsgate, and then I have Shutter Island to represent the Paramount ones. And Shutter Island is a solid movie. Not one of Scorsese's best, I think, but still a solid thriller. Sicario. Damn good movie. It's got the best of 3 worlds here. It's got Villeneuve's direction. Peak. It's got Sheridan's writing, peak. And it's got Roger Deakins' cinematography, peak. Oh man. I need to see the sequels. I have not seen the sequels, and part of me thinks it's because it's never going to live up to this, but I'm sure it'll still be fine. Signs from M. Night Shyamalan. Really like Signs. I've only seen it once. Probably should upgrade it to 4K. And we got The Silence of the Lambs Criterion Edition. I kind of wish I went with the Kino Lorber 4K instead. I think that image looks a little bit better, but this one has more special features. So, I don't know, maybe I'll keep both. Silence of the Lambs is fantastic. One of the best horror movies of all time. Then we have A Silent Voice, great anime movie. Very sad anime movie at times. Delves into some pretty heavy stuff. Silver Linings Playbook with Jennifer Lawrence, won her an Oscar. Bradley Cooper's also really good in this as well. Probably my favorite David O. Russell movie. The Simpsons movie, gotta have that yellow case. I don't know why I almost stumbled on the word yellow, but yeah. Sin City, A Dame to Kill For. I got this for $5 at Winco. I actually like this more than the original Sin City, which I don't own. I kind of need to get the first one, I think, just to complete this set. Sinners. This movie blew up last year. I wasn't as crazy about it, but I still really enjoyed it. And as far as like all of the Best Picture nominees that we had last year, I think that this should have won over One Battle After Another, personally. Skinamarink. I saw this in a theater with a packed crowd. It was only playing in like a few theaters around the whole entire state, and everyone was like dead silent. One of my favorite moments in a theater was around the end of this movie when it's dead silent, absolute dead silent. It ends on a really creepy note. And instead of doing the credits are at the very beginning of this movie. So it just cuts to the end. And then the lights go up, everyone's still dead silent, and I audibly just say, "What the fuck was that?" And then the entire theater erupted. Peak movie going experience. Skyline, people hate this movie. It's not very good, but I kind of enjoyed it when I watched it, and I like the kind of like the way this slipcover goes with it, so I haven't gotten rid of it. I might one day. SLC Punk. Oh, starring Matthew Lillard. The whole reason why I even got the Sony Pictures Classics 4K collection was just for this movie. Another movie that went straight from DVD to 4K, and then last year, or maybe 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, I met Matthew Lillard in person at FanX, and he signed the slip. So cool. Slumdog Millionaire from Danny Boyle, Best Picture winning film. I remember studying this movie in screenwriting class back when I was doing that. I don't know why he picked this movie in particular, but you know, it's a solid flick. Smiling Friends, the complete first season, and I hope they release the next 2 seasons on Blu-ray, and I hope the show comes back. I'm really sad that this show is already over because this was so good. This brought so much joy to me. Smokey and the Bandit, great 70s comedy. Just barely saw it like last year, I think, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Didn't like the sequels at all, so I sold those, but the original I upgraded to 4K. The Social Network, probably the best movie of the 2010s, honestly. I think it's David Fincher's best, and I think Aaron Sorkin works the best when he's filtered through another director's eyes, and this is a prime example of that. I don't know how The Social Reckoning is going to turn out, but hopefully it lives up to this. Sonic the Hedgehog. I wasn't as big on this one when it came out, but I've since warmed up to it. It's basically just your standard road trip movie, but with Sonic the Hedgehog, so okay. But I did really like the sequels. I always liked them. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. This is such a cool steelbook. It basically emulates the original Sonic 2 video game artwork. It's got Sonic and Knuckles on the back. I like that one a ton. And then Sonic the Hedgehog 3, even better. I freaking dug the hell out of this movie. This cracked my top 10 of the year it came out. I also have Sonic X, the complete series, on Blu-ray, but it's an SD. SD-BD is what these are called. And I had this signed by, what's his name? Jason Griffith. Yes, I had this signed by Jason Griffith at FanX. He's the voice of Sonic and Shadow. Really cool guy. Then we have Soul from Pixar. I remember thinking that this was really good back when it came out, but, you know, not a lot of great movies came out that year, so of course this one stood out. I haven't watched it since, but I really should, because it gets really existential, and I like that. Sound of Metal. I remember thinking that this was also a great movie. Apparently the deaf community is not too big on this one, but you know, I still really liked it. I liked Riz Ahmed in it a lot. Definitely overdue for a rewatch as well. Then we've got some South Park stuff. I have most of South Park on physical media. We have South Park seasons 1 through 5, South Park seasons 6 through 10, South Park seasons 11 through 15, South Park seasons 16 through 20, and South Park seasons 21 through 25. I started collecting South Park because I was running through the whole series, and there's some band episodes, and I wanted to watch said band episodes, and the only way to do that legally is with physical media. And I was like, you know what? If any show would ever get completely taken off the air for censorship, it would probably be South Park. So I might as well just get everything while I can. So I did. And I also have the movie, bigger, longer, and uncut. I don't own the specials currently. I'm waiting for a box set for the specials to come out. Instead of just buying them individually. The movie is where South Park really started to become what we know today as South Park. Spartacus from Stanley Kubrick. He did not write this movie. This is one of his, if not his only director for hire movie he ever did, but it still turned out really, really good. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy. The first two, some of the best superhero movies ever made. We wouldn't have superhero movies today as we know it without them. Spider-Man 3 is not the greatest. Then we've got the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I think these have aged a little well. Andrew Garfield is just so good as the character, and it's unfortunate that things turned out the way that they did with him, because I think he really did truly give it his all, and I kind of wish that we got more than just what we got with No Way Home. But these are not perfect movies by any means. They're very, very flawed, but they do share a very important piece in superhero movie history. Spider-Man Homecoming. I loved this when it came out. It's just another Marvel movie now, I think. Spider-Man Far From Home. This has not aged very well. This is not a great MCU movie. There's a lot of problems that this one has. Spider-Man No Way Home is a big, giant treat for comic book movie fans. Not like, it does have a lot of problems with the narrative itself, but like, it's still just fun to watch all this stuff happen. Then we have Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, probably the best Spider-Man movie ever made. I have the 4K and the 3D in this set. It was imported, I believe, from Australia. Actually, no, this is the UK. And if the third movie sticks the landing, I would not be surprised if Across the Spider-Verse is hailed as the best Spider-Man movie of all time. Or, you know what, if Beyond the Spider-Verse is even better than this, or Into the Spider-Verse, that'd be crazy, but I'm all for it if that happens. This steelbook here is signed by Shamik Moore. I met him at FanX a few years ago. And hopefully I can get Haley Steinfeld and maybe even Oscar Isaac to sign it too. Then we've got The Spine of Night. This is a indie animated movie. Kind of likens back to something like Heavy Metal or just those weird 80s metal type movies. And then we have Spirited Away. This is one of the best animated movies of all time. I feel like I've said that about a lot of movies here. But this one, yeah, this is, for a long time, it was the only anime movie to ever win Best Animated Feature at the Oscars. And rightfully deserved so. I don't think it's the best Studio Ghibli movie. As I mentioned, Princess Mononoke is my favorite, but Spirited Away is so freaking good. Also, rest in peace. I am so sorry. I don't remember your name right now. I will put you up right here. The voice actress that voices Chihiro, as well as Lilo in the original Lilo and Stitch. Oh, so sorry about that. What an awful way to go. Split from M. Night Shyamalan. This is the middle chapter in the trilogy that we didn't know was a middle chapter until it came out. Great performance. Excellent Oscar-worthy performance from James McAvoy, and was criminally under-recognized. Then we've got SpongeBob SquarePants the movie, as well as Sponge Out of Water, I think. I've never seen that one. I don't care to. I was not raised on SpongeBob growing up. That is a social handicap, and anyone that's my age knows that. But I have seen the movie plenty of times, and I do love the movie. And that's, if I do go back and watch SpongeBob, I'm only going to plan on watching the original 100 episodes and then the movie. That's it. As Steven Hillenburg would have wanted. Spring Breakers from Harmony Korine. This is a weird movie starring all of the Disney girls, I guess, and then James Franco, and they're all doing drugs and partying and going crazy. Harmony Korine is just out of his damn mind. And I think this is one of his winners. He has a lot of stinkers, but this one's a winner. The Star Wars prequel trilogy. I'm a little more forgiving on these now after the sequels. You know, I can still have fun with Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. I think they're very flawed, but overall, I think the vision was there, and they are overall good films. Revenge of the Sith is absolutely peak. One of my favorite Star Wars movies. Top 3 Star Wars movie, I would say. We've got Star Wars The Clone Wars, the movie. Probably the worst part about The Clone Wars is this movie, but I'm a completionist. I gotta have it. And then we have seasons 1 through 5 of Clone Wars here on Blu-ray. Right here I have D. Bradley Baker's signature. He voiced all of the clones. And returning cast members come back to FanX all the time. I believe Sam Witwer is coming this year. I'm going to get him to sign right there for Maul. So I'm going to just try to deck this thing out in signatures and then put it in an acrylic case. And then we have season 6, which has a standalone release. This was released originally just straight to Netflix when the show got canceled, when Disney bought Lucasfilm. But I'm really glad that they put out season 6. Why the hell are they waiting on season 7? I need the Siege of Mandalore on physical media. It's a crime that it's not. And then I mentioned earlier, Revenge of the Sith. It's one of my favorite Star Wars movies. Top 3, easily. Like it enough to get it in 4K, even though I'm sure this 4K transfer isn't anything special. Solo, a Star Wars story. I wanted to get a bunch of these imported 4K steelbooks at the time. I think Solo is okay. It's not like the greatest movie or anything. It's inoffensive. It doesn't really need to exist, but doesn't really do any damage to Star Wars by existing. Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think this actually takes place before Solo, now that I think about it. Or maybe it takes place after. I don't know. It makes sense to me that it was before. Just because Leia's so young in this. This has its moments of peak, but it also is an incredibly flawed TV show. Like, I need to watch like a cut of this that just cuts out all of the crap and just makes it like a 2.5 hour long movie. From what I hear, there are cuts of it out there like that, and that's apparently the best way to watch it. I also really hate what they did with the Grand Inquisitor in this. Like, they totally botched that character. Speaking of the Grand Inquisitor, we have Star Wars Rebels Season 1. The Grand Inquisitor is awesome in this show. Rebels is great. I love Rebels so much. And Season 1 is the most juvenile, but it's a good start. We have Rebels Season 2, Rebels Season 3, and Rebels Season 4. Season 2 of Rebels probably has my favorite moment in all of Star Wars. It's when Ahsoka finds out that Vader is Anakin. Andor Season 1. I was really late to the party on this, but I'm fully on board with this show, and Season 2 was also fantastic. Some of the best writing, I think, in all of Star Wars, maybe the best writing. Tony Gilroy, I think that's who did the writing and was the showrunner for the show. He did such a fantastic job. He took a character who didn't have the most depth in Rogue One and made him into one of the most tragic characters in all of Star Wars. Speaking of which, here's Rogue One. I think Andor improved this movie the same way that Clone Wars improved Revenge of the Sith. I don't think it's as drastic of an increase because I think this was already great, but yeah, Rogue One I think is the best Disney Star Wars movie easily. Then we have Star Wars the original trilogy. These are the theatrical cuts. This official release has them officially done on the bonus discs, and I also bought the despecialized Blu-ray editions that were done by Harmy Films, and I threw them in with these. So we have the official release as well as the enhanced, essentially, despecialized editions. I have Empire in 4K because I think the special edition of Empire is good. I honestly could watch either the theatrical or the special for Empire, but A New Hope and Return of the Jedi, I gotta stick strictly with theatrical cuts. The Mandalorian Season 1, loved this show. So good. It was the very first live-action Star Wars TV show, and while it was doing great, it was the best. And I'm really sad that we're in a position that we are right now with The Mandalorian, because back when it first started, it was amazing. Season 2 may have been even better for me. I honestly think they should have left it at Season 2. Season 2 just, gave the fans of the extended lore everything they wanted, with, bringing in characters that we all know and love from outside lore and putting them in this live-action setting with Mando and Grogu. It's so, so great. And then Mandalorian Season 3 kind of ruined everything. I hate, almost every single direction that they chose to go with this season, and the Book of Boba Fett did not do this season any favors as well. I got this season because I was hoping that I might like the Mandalorian and Grogu movie. I did, but it was such a nothing burger of a movie. Part of me kind of wishes that I didn't get this until after that movie came out, so that I could just stick with Mando Seasons 1 and 2. Because now I'm going to feel the need to get The Mandalorian and Grogu on 4K, which, okay, fine. I'll do it, but I'm not going to want to. Ahsoka Season 1 probably should have just been Rebels Season 5. Yeah, it's cool seeing all the Rebels characters in live-action form, but I think they're just done better in animated form. Star Wars The Force Awakens. This was awesome when it came out. Kind of just feels like a New Hope clone now, and I can't really enjoy it too much knowing where it goes after this point, but it's a superficially entertaining roller coaster ride of a film. The Last Jedi is a mess. It's a gorgeous mess, but it is an absolute mess, and I don't really vibe too much with a lot of the themes it represents anymore, but I think it's totally watchable, and I think it's totally respectable on a technical level. And then we have The Rise of Skywalker, which is probably my least favorite movie of all time, and I spent too much money on a 4K steelbook of it. I don't know, I have a fucking problem. Starship Troopers. I hadn't seen this until a couple of years ago. This is a great satire. Paul Verhoeven was really onto something when he made this. Also, Helldivers is a fun game. Step Brothers, super funny comedy with Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly, and I believe it was Adam McKay that did this one. One of Adam McKay's better movies for sure. Still Alice. This movie is about a college professor that gets diagnosed with early onset dementia. Really sad, really beautiful movie. A lot of similarities between the family dynamic that I really resonated with, that made me really wish that this does not happen to any of my family. Straight Outta Compton. This is the NWA biopic. Wasn't too familiar with NWA. I just know a few of them. Haven't really listened to their music or anything, but this was an interesting story for sure. Strange Darling. This is a really cool, low-budget thriller that's told non-linearly that like is a great puzzle to put together. Really cool to just show people that have no idea what they're in for. You've got Stranger Things Season 1 in the VHS-looking thing. This is the 4K. Stranger Things Season 2, also in the VHS clamshell thing. This is the Blu-ray. Didn't get the 4K for this one. I had the entire series pre-ordered, but then I decided it wasn't worth it. I did not like where the show went. Season 3 I liked about as much as Seasons 1 and 2, but I did not like Season 4, and I hated Season 5. One of the worst seasons of television ever. It's not worth spending like $200-something for that set. Stripes, army comedy with Bill Murray. Pretty funny. Wasn't necessarily my jam. I decided to keep it. I don't know if I will for the future, but for now I still have it. Suicide Squad. My Uncle Luke took me to see this movie with my brother on a Sunday when I wasn't allowed to go and see non-spiritual movies on Sundays. And we lied and we went and said we went and saw Star Trek because we thought we'd get in extra trouble for seeing Suicide Squad. This movie kind of sucks. This movie really sucks, actually. And I hope that we eventually will one day get the Ayer cut. I would be so down for it. So then I can sell this thing. Then we have James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, which is a much better movie. This was one of my favorite movies that came out that year for sure, and for a while, I think it was my favorite until Dune came out. It's not as great as I thought it was initially, but like this is still one of James Gunn's best. Summer Wars from Mamoru Hosoda. This is him basically just taking the story that he did with Digimon the movie and then just doing it with his own characters. It was fun and entertaining. I wouldn't say it was like a great anime movie, but it was a lot of fun and worth buying, of course. Super with Rainn Wilson. Rainn Wilson is coming to FanX this year. I'm going to have him sign it. This is a very raunchy, very dark comedy from James Gunn before he did Guardians of the Galaxy. Might be the most pure James Gunn experience ever. Super Bowl 50. This was the year that the Broncos won, and it was the best Super Bowl I've ever experienced for sure. I think it was like Peyton Manning's either 200th game or 200th win. There was a lot of milestones with Peyton Manning. This was his final game. And I had to get, my team's Super Bowl victory on Blu-ray. Super Mario Bros. Movie. I liked this a lot when it came out. I think it's just fine now. The colors are nice. Superbad, one of the best comedies of the 2010s. Jonah Hill is so damn funny, and so is Mick Lovin, one of the funniest comedy characters ever, I think. Michael Cera's just so damn cute in this too. They've got Superman the movie in 4K. I didn't see this until last year when I watched all the Superman movies leading up to the James Gunn movie. And this is fantastic. Like, yeah, some things haven't aged particularly well, but like this was the first time that Hollywood actually treated the superhero genre with respect. And Christopher Reeve is probably the best casted superhero casting ever. Like, he was a perfect Superman. I also have a 3-pack of more superhero movies. We have Superman, the movie again, Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut. I haven't seen that cut of the movie. I've seen the theatrical cut, but not the Richard Donner cut. I'm going to try to watch this before Man of Tomorrow comes out next year. And then we have Superman Returns. Brandon Routh just basically trying to emulate Christopher Reeves. And I think for the most part it's fine, but like I kind of wish he would have stepped into the character a little bit more his own. And this story kind of was really dated when it came out. Man of Steel is a movie that has really grown on me. I thought that this was kind of just an okay superhero movie before. But then when I started watching all the other Superman movies, I really grew to appreciate Man of Steel. And yeah, I think from a writing standpoint, Henry Cavill never fully came into the Superman that we all know and love. And yeah, there are some things about Man of Steel that don't fully vibe with the overall Superman lore. But the way that this particular version of Superman is executed in this film, I found it to be stunning the last time that I watched it. So I'm hoping that I feel the same way about Man of Steel then that I will eventually do in the future whenever I watch this film. Then we've got James Gunn's Superman with the lenticular slit. Honestly, I think David Corenswet might be my favorite Superman. I think Man of Steel is a better Superman movie than James Gunn's Superman, but David Corenswet is a better Superman than Henry Cavill, easily. Surf's Up in Espanol. Actually, in English. Chase Marsh, if you're still watching this, peak cinema, man. Then we have Suzume from Makoto Shinkai. This is his most recent film. I don't think it's as good as Your Name or Weathering with You, but it's still really good. Very visually beautiful film. Might have a little bit too much going on around the end of it, though. Okay, moving on to the teas. We've got The Tale of Despero. I saw this as a kid a couple times. Liked it when I was a kid. Haven't watched it since. Want to see if I do. So on the shelf it stays until I decide to do that. The Tale of the Princess Kaguya. Ooh, you can feel your soul leave your body while watching this devastating film. I think it might be more devastating than Grave of the Fireflies. Like, Isao Takahata's final film that he ever made is that freaking good. And it's this is the movie that kind of killed Studio Ghibli for a little while because it was the most expensive movie Japan had ever produced at the time. All the animation in this film is done with watercolors, like real watercolor paintings. And it didn't make its money back, so we didn't get Studio Ghibli around for over a decade after this. Talk to Me. This was, up until this year, my favorite horror movie of the decade so far. Talk to Me is great. The Philippou brothers are freaking out of their minds. It takes the idea of demonic possession and puts a party drug spin on it, like a social media party drug spin on there. Really inventive idea for that. Tangled. Great Disney movie. I need to rewatch it. It's been years since I watched Tangled. Taxi Driver. One of Scorsese's best. I've only seen it once. I have it in 4K from the Columbia Classics Volume 2 set. Definitely need to pop it in soon. We've got Ted and Ted 2. Love Ted, don't really like Ted 2. Need to watch the series. Teen Titans. I love this show. And I really wish it would come back for season 6. We have a 4-pack of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies. We have the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, what's this one called? Turtles in Time? Hate this one. Not a good movie. And then TMNT, which is a very not as well talked about animated movie that came out in the mid-zeros. As far as my thoughts go on them, I like 1 a lot, genuinely. 2 is fun but stupid. I love how stupid it is. And then 3 sucks, and then TMNT is just really cool. Not a perfect film by any means, very flawed, but also just it's cool that it exists. Then we have Turtles Forever on DVD. I wish this would get a Blu-ray release. This is the Zeros version of the Ninja Turtles teaming up with the 80s version on the back here. You can see them. But the 80s ones didn't keep the same voice actors from the 80s, so that's a little weird. But this, up until fairly recently, was actually my favorite Ninja Turtles movie. It was just so cool to see those 2 iterations coming together. And they also team up with the comic book versions of the Turtles as well. Then we have the Michael Bay produced Ninja Turtles movies. They're not great, but some of the action is really cool. So I kind of refuse to believe that Michael Bay only produced these. I think he actually did a lot of direction with these. And this is my favorite Ninja Turtles movie, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. They got the teenage part so down with this, and the animation was so great. It was so funny. This was just my favorite Ninja Turtles thing ever. The 10 Commandments. Classic story of Moses and Exodus. 3.5 hours long. It's on every Easter/Passover. You gotta have it. Tenet. I think this is my least favorite Christopher Nolan movie. You have to watch it 3 or 4 times back to back to even have a remote idea of what's really happening. Even reading the script, you're kind of confused as to what's happening a lot of the time. So yeah, I just thought it was pretty pretentious. But also really cool. You've got The Terminator in 4K, James Cameron classic, Arnold Schwarzenegger as the villain in this, so good. Slasher with a gun, perfect. Then I have this cool VHS looking slipcover for Terminator 2 on Blu-ray, which I hear is better than the 4K. I hear the 4K sucks. But this is when the villain became the hero and, you know, subverted everyone's expectations, and it's one of the best action movies ever made. Okay, we've got the Terrifier movies. We've got Terrifier 1, Terrifier 2, and Terrifier 3. These movies are so messed up. They are so depraved. And they will desensitize the hell out of you after you watch them. Any other horror movie after that will be like super, super tame compared to the Terrifier movies. And I imported these from Australia. These are the Umbrella 4Ks. They have the artwork that I prefer for them. So that's why I did that. I got them for a decent price too. There Will Be Blood. One of the best movies ever. Probably the best acting performance ever given by an actor in Daniel Day-Lewis. He literally becomes a different person in this film. Daniel Plainview is something all to his own, and everyone should see this film. Everyone. The Thing from John Carpenter. Probably my favorite of his movies. I haven't seen too many of his movies, but The Thing really blew me away. It's great at building suspense and disbelief in anything that you see in this. And the 4K is gorgeous. Thor, I was never really the biggest fan of this movie, but, you know, it was early MCU. It was back when Marvel was building towards something interesting, so gotta pick it up as a part of the puzzle piece. Thor: The Dark World, even less interesting. This was the first Marvel movie I actually ever saw in a theater. I saw this at the Kaysville Theater for $2. Thor Ragnarok is awesome. I freaking love Thor Ragnarok. And it's definitely the best Thor movie to date that we have so far. And I think I found this 4K disc for Thor Ragnarok just on the ground, just chilling outside of a building somewhere. So that was a sweet upgrade. And no, I do not own Thor: Love and Thunder because that movie is terrible. It might be the worst MCU movie ever made. Three Amigos, this is an 80s comedy, right? 90s, no, it's an 80s comedy. Yeah, with Chevy Chase and Steve Martin and Martin Short. And, you know, my dad liked this a lot when he grew up. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I still have it. Thunder Road from Jim Cummings. Great indie film. Great indie dramedy. I love Jim Cummings. I want him to make more movies, and his directorial debut was nearly perfect. Thunderbolts. Didn't really make too big of a cultural impact, but I still enjoyed myself. I like seeing all these characters get together. It's kind of like an Earthbound Guardians of the Galaxy type of situation where they're all losers just trying to figure their shit out. Nowhere near as good as Guardians of the Galaxy, nowhere near as effective as Guardians of the Galaxy, but still a fun, enjoyable time. And it shook up the Marvel formula. It did something different for once. Titanic. Great, excellent film from James Cameron. His Best Picture winner. And rightfully so, I think. Just a masterclass in filmmaking, I think. And I also have it in 3D. I went and saw the film for the very first time in theaters when it got a 3D re-release. And it is very effective in 3D, so I definitely am glad that I got a 3D copy of it. To Kill a Mockingbird, one of the greatest courtroom dramas ever made. Tackles a lot of hard-hitting topics for the time when it came out. A lot of issues with race and segregation and all that. And we all read the book in high school, and this is a great, great translation of the book to screen. Tokyo Godfathers. This is the only thing I have from Satoshi Kon's filmography that is not in steelbook form. It didn't get a steelbook. Hope it will one day. If not, I'm going to have to get a custom steelbook because I can't have any of these movies in non-steelbook form. Also, if you ever want to watch an anime movie that's a great Christmas movie set around Christmas time, this might be the only anime Christmas movie ever made. And it's great. It's a fantastic Christmas movie. Tommy Boy, one of my favorite comedies. Carter Thackeray, also one of your favorite comedies. Top Gun, 80s classic. Tom Cruise is great. Val Kilmer is great. But really, it's just a prelude for the second film to me. Because Top Gun Maverick might be... I know I said Dune Part 2 might be the best movie of the decade so far, but it very well might be Top Gun Maverick. And this should have won Best Picture. I am sorry. Like, this is Best Picture. And everyone in the country at the time also agreed with me in that this should have been Best Picture. Toy Story. You can't go wrong with Toy Story. One of the most important animated movies of all time. The very first computer animated film of all time. Still very well may be the best, if not one of the best. Toy Story 2. It's honestly a cinematic miracle that this movie turned out as good as it did. If you look about the behind-the-scenes story of Toy Story 2, yikes. I would not have wanted to have been a Pixar employee when this was being made. And then we got Toy Story 3, the perfect trilogy capper. Honestly, they are all on par. They're all perfect movies. And this was just such a great send-off for the characters initially. I do have Toy Story 4. It's a good movie. It did not need to exist. I don't think it necessarily still needs to exist, but it is a good movie. Not as good as the original trilogy, of course. Like, it's got some notable flaws. Like, these two, they suck. Buzz's inner voice, it sucks. But it's a great epilogue for Woody's character, and I'm actually okay with it existing. I haven't seen 5 yet. Hopefully it also is worthy of existing. Train to Busan. This is my favorite zombie movie. Not my favorite zombie story. That would go to The Last of Us, the video game. But Train to Busan is the best zombie movie. Hits you in all the right notes. Hits you in the feels, shocks you to your core. Crazy shit. Great movie. Train Spotting from Danny Boyle. This is the movie about heroin users in the UK. Or is it Scotland? I don't remember. One of the two. But Ewan McGregor is really good in this. I need to see the sequel. Trick or Treat. This movie got like screwed by Warner Brothers, but it developed a massive cult following, and now, people love this movie. And I got to see it in theaters. I think it was the very first time they got released in theaters a few years ago. That was really cool. Got the original Tron, basically like Alice in Wonderland and Computerland. Jeff Bridges? Yes, Jeff Bridges. Yes, he's in this film, and it's fun. And it's not too deep or anything, so just entertaining. Tron Legacy, a bit more the same stuff, but with better visuals, of course. The visuals in the first were kind of rough, but there's some rough visuals in this one too. But I enjoy this one about the same, have it in 3D. Hopefully I'll be able to get a 3D TV to watch it one day. I've not seen Tron Ares. I don't think I will. Tropic Thunder. You absolutely could not make this comedy today, and it's brilliant because of that. Ben Stiller, Jack Black, Robert Downey Jr. getting an Oscar nom. Honestly, Tom Cruise probably should have also gotten an Oscar nom. Many people didn't even know that was Tom Cruise. True Grit. Probably my favorite John Wayne movie. He's really good in this. Then we got a double feature. We have the Coen Brothers True Grit, which I think is the better version of the story. But I'll still go back to the John Wayne one when I'm just feeling John Wayne. Then we also have another John Wayne movie in Hondo. This was fine. It wasn't really my thing, but just another John Wayne movie. True Lies. Another James Cameron movie that was almost impossible to see for a little while, but went straight from DVD to 4K. And here we are. I have not seen True Lies yet. From what I understand of the James Cameron 4Ks that Disney put out, this is probably the weakest one. But, that remains to be seen until I see it. Then we got a double feature of Twister movies. We have the original Twister as well as Twisters that came out a couple years ago. I like both of these about equally. They're both really good movies. All right, this one should go a little bit quicker. These are the U's. We have The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent with Nicolas Cage and Pedro Pascal. Very funny comedy. Nicolas Cage is basically playing like a caricature of himself, and it's just a great time. Unbreakable. This is my favorite M. Night Shyamalan movie. I think it's a 5-star film. One of the best superhero movies ever made. Probably my favorite performance from Bruce Willis as well. Unbroken. This was directed by Angelina Jolie, of all people. I saw this in the theater with my grandpa, and there's a scene in this movie where this guy's like on a lifeboat, and a shark jumps out of the water, and he jumped out of his seat, and he leaned over to me like, that scared the hell out of me. One of my favorite movie-going experiences. Up. Classic Pixar. The very first sequence of this is like probably the best scene in all of Pixar. Uncut Gems. For a while, this was my favorite A24 movie. Safdie brothers did so good with this. Adam Sandler should have got an Oscar nom. This is the Criterion 4K. I also have the Blu-ray because they have different types of audio tracks, and I kind of wanted to compare the two one day. So yeah, I kept the Blu-ray. Up in Smoke, Cheech and Chong. 70s stoner com, gotta love it. Us from Jordan Peele, I loved this when it came out, and I glazed the hell out of it for years. But I don't know if I can do that anymore. The last time I watched it, I was like, there's some notable problems here that I just, didn't have before. So, yeah, I need to, actually fully decide how I feel about this next time I watch it. And then we got the usual suspects. This is one of those weird ones that has, the removable cover, but I kept it. Another Winco purchase. Bryan Singer, crime thriller, cool twist at the end. Okay, moving on to the B's. B for Vendetta. I think this is a top 3 DC adaptation. And you can't convince me that the Wachowskis did not direct this. Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets. This was a very weird sci-fi movie that had 2 leads that didn't really have a lot of chemistry together, but the visuals were really cool. The original source material of this is one of the inspirations that George Lucas had to make Star Wars. So, yeah, I decided to keep this. Valiant. Apparently this is terrible. I remember liking this as a kid. And it's one of those rare Disney Movie Club exclusives that I got before it closed down. So I got Valiant, but I didn't get Cool Runnings. F me, dude. Vampire Hunter D. Really cool anime movie. I hope they do a series of this. I think they're working on a manga, or they put out a manga of Vampire Hunter D since. It also has a sequel, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, which I think is even better than the original film. They're both really great, though. It's Venom. It's fun. Tom Hardy going crazy. That's what you're here for. That's what I'm here for. And then Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Tom Hardy going even crazier. I'm all for it. Totally disservice to the character of Carnage, but you know what? It was watchable. It was good. Don't have the 3rd movie. Maybe I'll keep it if I get it gifted to me for free. Violent Night. This is such a fun non-Christmas movie. It's basically Die Hard with Santa Claus. David Harbour killing a bunch of bad guys as Santa Claus. It's great. And last for the V's we have, I believe it's pronounced as Volvaire. This is the last one in the Sony Pictures Classics 4K set that I have not seen yet. Don't really know too much about it. Just haven't quite gotten to it yet. This is the last big part of the video, and that is the W's. We got The Wailing. This is a really creepy Korean horror film. Only seen it one time. Need to watch it again. And the guy who made this is coming out with a new movie this year called Hope that looks really good. We have Wall-E. This is the Criterion edition of Wall-E on 4K. I'm so glad that this exists. And I don't know if we'll ever get more collaborations between Criterion and Disney, but they need to happen. I want them to happen. I want the original Star Wars trilogy, theatrical cuts, Criterion editions. That would be amazing. WandaVision. I didn't mean to buy this, but when I was a part of Disney Movie Club, I forgot to say I didn't want it, so I got it. This was cool back when it came out. I haven't really thought about it much since it came out, but I enjoyed it at the time. War Dogs with Jonah Hill and Miles Teller. Very fun, very interesting real-life story about these guys that get in way over their head dealing weapons to the U.S. government. Lots of fun. This might be my favorite Todd Phillips movie, besides The Hangover. War Games. Interesting story with this one. Very first time I watched this film was in high school, and I happened to drop acid at school, and they put this movie on, and the movie starts with nukes going off, and immediately sent me into a bad trip. I don't know why I decided to do acid at school. I don't know why I decided to do acid at all. But here we are, and then this is that's my experience with War Games, Warfare. I think this is the best war movie of the decade so far. It was one of my favorite movies of last year. Not a very rewatchable movie, but I think it's still a perfect movie. I've never seen a more honest depiction of war. Ray Mendoza working with Alex Garland being like, hey, one day when I was hanging out in Iraq, this happened. And that's this movie. Very, very true. And it's based on memories, not just a real story, but real memories that happened to the people that lived it. Incredible war film, Warrior. The movie that might out Rocky. Given the day, what's the best sports movie? Could be Rocky, could be Warrior, could even be Marty Supreme. I don't know. I honestly might put Marty Supreme up there. But, I really wish that this made money. And I'm really glad that it's finally getting the respect that it deserves. Watchmen from Zack Snyder. I've never read Watchmen, but as someone that's never read Watchmen, I like this movie. I thought it was good. Came out too early. And I know that people who have read Watchmen say that this is a disgrace. So take that with what you will. Watership Down. I've seen this once, a long time ago. Haven't seen the remake. Just bloody violence, animated bunnies. That's how it goes. Wayne's World and Wayne's World 2. Love Wayne's World, one of my favorite comedies from the 80s, or is it the 90s? I always get the 80s and the 90s mixed up. I don't care. Wayne's World 2, it's okay. Weathering with You from Makoto Shinkai. This is my favorite of his films, which might be a hot take. Most people put Your Name there. But personally, I think Weathering with You is better. This is the Blu-ray Steelbook, but I upgraded and put the 4K disc in there. It's gorgeous. We're Back, A Dinosaur Story. Watched this recently. It's weird, but I love it. I'm all for it. We didn't get enough dinosaur movies back in the day. We don't get enough dinosaur movies now. West Side Story from Steven Spielberg. I haven't seen the original. I love what Spielberg did with this version. Then we got a trilogy of Westerns. Didn't know where else to put this in my collection, so I just keep it in the W's for Westerns. We have The Searchers with John Wayne, The Wild Bunch, and How the West Was Won. I would rank them in that order. The Whale, the movie that won Brendan Fraser an Academy Award, and he deserved it. He was really, really good in this. Very depressing movie, but he is so good in this. What We Do in the Shadows from Taika Waititi. Really funny horror comedy about vampires living a mockumentary, essentially. It's really funny. Apparently it's getting a sequel. I know I got the TV show. I haven't seen the TV show, but apparently this movie is getting a sequel. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? I remember seeing this back in the day and thinking it was fantastic. Haven't watched it since. Apparently it's a lot like Catcher in the Rye, which is a book that I've never read, but I always have been wanting to see like that film or that book get adapted one day. It's probably not going to happen. So this might be the closest we ever get to it. But yeah, great movie. When Marnie Was There. This is low tier Ghibli, but still great. Great movie. And I didn't realize that Haley Steinfeld was in this. Like this is like after she was in True Grit, but like she wasn't quite A-lister yet. But yeah, Haley Steinfeld is in the dub for this. Where the Wild Things Are. I grew up on the book. The movie is great too. Like Spike Jonze really went hard into the artsiness of this story, and it played off really well. Whiplash. Genuinely life-changing film. I think it's either this or The Social Network that are the best movies that came out last decade. Whisper of the Heart, mentioned this earlier when talking about Penguin Highway. This is the girl version. This is the better version. Whisper of the Heart is a great, underrated Studio Ghibli movie. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? One of the most innovative animated movies ever made with I think it was the very first mainstream animation live-action hybrid film, and the Steelbook is just gorgeous. The Wild Robot, a very recent DreamWorks movie, but it is one of their best. This is a top 5 DreamWorks movie. Perfect film. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, classic. Gene Wilder is perfect. What more can you say? Wind River from Taylor Sheridan. Messed up movie, but very well done. I think this is his best solo venture. This is one that he wrote and directed. And I think of the ones that he did both of those things, this is his best. The Wind Rises. This is a very rare animated biopic that Hayao Miyazaki did. We don't get very many animated biopics. So this is a special one. Not my favorite of his, but it's still, it's Hayao Miyazaki. It's going to be amazing no matter what. The Witch. This is the second sight 4K of The Witch. This is the preferred version from the director, Robert Eggers, even though he doesn't even like this movie. So this is the preferred look for the film that he does not like. I like The Witch. I like all his movies. The Wizard of Oz probably might be the most important film of all time. Everybody knows this movie. Everybody knows everything about this movie. You have to have The Wizard of Oz. Wolf Children. This is my favorite Mamoru Hosoda. Apparently the furries love this one, which that sucks. But at the center of the story is a very heartwarming family story that hits you in the feels by the end. The Wolf of Wall Street. DiCaprio's best performance. Should have won that year. I mean, I haven't seen Dallas Buyers Club, but I already know that DiCaprio should have won that year. Might be my favorite Scorsese as well. The Wolverine. This is the extended cut, which is the only way I'll ever watch this movie, because the movie without the CGI blood splatter is no bueno. Wonder Woman. I liked this a lot back when it came out. Don't know if it holds up as well now. Back when it did come out, almost everything about it worked for me. Apparently the CGI gets bad around the end. I don't remember that, but I'll have to watch it and see how I feel. Wonder Woman 1984. Apparently this one was never good. I was numb to all the bad movies I saw during COVID, so when I went and saw this with all my siblings as theaters were opening back up, I was fine with it at the time, but apparently, yeah, this movie does not work at all, and I really want to watch it and see how much it does not work. World War Z. This is not a steelbook. It's like one of those almost steelbook things. I forget what they're called. I think they're called digibooks, or not digibooks. I don't remember. But this is the extended cut. I have the most nostalgia for the theatrical cut. So when I'm watching this extended cut, I'm like, whoa, I'm seeing stuff that I've never seen before intercut with all this. Yeah, I'm surprised this never got a sequel. It was Brad Pitt's highest grossing film. It's crazy that nothing happened after that. And then we have The Wrestler from Darren Aronofsky. Very sad movie with an incredible performance from Mickey Rourke. I'm not a big wrestling guy, but this movie is great. The other wrestling movie that I need to get, that I've been waiting for a 4K, but it just hasn't come out yet, is The Iron Claw. The Iron Claw is a near perfect film. It's just devastating. Okay, we're just gonna knock the rest of them out in one go. We got the X's. We got the original X-Men trilogy, which is everything up to The Last Stand. First two are great. Last Stand kind of sucks. Excuse me. Then we have the second X-Men trilogy, which is everything from First Class, Days of Future Past, and Apocalypse. First two are great. Third one sucks. That's how it goes. The rogue cut of Days of Future Past as well. This is the version that I prefer. I don't care if it bogs the pacing down. I like the way that things go in this version more. And no, I do not own Dark Phoenix. That movie's guns. Wise. Your Name. This is getting a steelbook, a 4K steelbook pretty soon. This is Makoto Shinkai's most well-known film. It's excellent, and I will be upgrading to the 4K. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Movie, signed by Dan Green on the front and Eric Stewart on the back. The front says, "It's time to duel." Dan Yamayuki, King of Games. On the back it says, to Tyson, you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Love it. We got Yu-Gi-Oh! Bonds Beyond Time. We just got Dan Green for the front this time. I will get the other two voice actors for Jaden and Yusei eventually as well. And I would get Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Side of Dimensions, but that has not been given a steelbook release. So, gotta wait till it does. And finally, the Z's. We're at the end, thank God. Zero Dark 30 from Catherine Bigelow. I have not seen it yet. Very excited to, though. Really interesting story about assassinating bin Laden that I really wanted to check out. Zodiac from David Fincher with this really cool letter thing. Yeah. Not as big of a masterpiece as some of his other work, but I still really like Zodiac. Zola. Saw this in the theater. This is a really weird underbelly type of movie. Same like a Safdie Brothers, same like a Sean Baker type movie. It's based on a Twitter thread. So very, very interesting. Need to give it a rewatch. And lastly, we have Zombieland. And I had Zombieland Part 2, but I didn't really feel like keeping that one. But Zombieland is a fun, great zombie comedy. And that's it. Those are all my movies. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed your popcorn. I'm gonna go pass out.